And welcome everybody. It's going to be finally time for the next FSL event. As we know, we had a great event at the NAC in Birmingham a couple of weeks ago, and now it's going to be time for the second online tournament actually of the season. And once again, we have a great amount of teams who are going to be battling from the prize pool of €15,000. And of course, who else than the magical man himself, Alex Virtual Farmer, is here as well. Welcome.
Oh, I'm chatting along. I've got my mute on. I apologize, everybody. That was my fault.
There we go.
Yes.
Finally, Alex.
There
Welcome.
we are. Right, I'm so sorry about that. I forgot to unmute myself. Hey, professional streamer here. Right, so yes, had a lot of fun at Llama. Absolutely fantastic time. Lots of surprises. Really, really good tournament. But no surprise really on who came out on top. Helm doing really, really well, coming through, winning the tournament. We did, of course, see a change in the rules, which was what I was talking about in a moment ago. And that was that the grand final is now a best of 5. We have with the top team, the team coming through on the winners bracket, having a game in hand for that final, which worked really, really well, I think, coming through and making that final a really interesting match. And here are the standings after Llama last month. Helm sitting there at the top with 430 points. But we got lots of changes further down the table. Lindner and New Holland now equal points on 230. So going to be difficult, I think, for either of those teams at this point to get enough points to get up there with Helm, really.
Yeah, that's a pretty good overview of the situation. So we do have 15 teams this weekend as well, so that's a large amount of teams. We do have 30 matches in total in the event, but we're not going to be showing all of them. So we will be covering 6 matches today, and we'll see what are going to be the lineups. We do know the first game already, if I'm not completely mistaken. We should be having, let's have a look. We do have it here somewhere for sure. Of course,
I was going to say,
so
I've got it.
Yeah, Valtra versus Lindner should be the first game as far as I know. So that is where we're going to be starting from. And then another match from the round 1, which is going to be followed after it. So we're going to show a couple of matches from the first round. Then we're going to show some matches from the lower bracket and also from the second round of the upper bracket. So we're going to come with the details of those. But anyways, Alex finally got his sound issue solved as well, so everything is fine. And now we're waiting for the games to start. We had a nice overview of the circuit point situation as well. I guess the biggest change was there that Lindner actually made a bit of a leap on the second place on the previous tournament, Birmingham, which was absolutely an amazing event, by the way. Once again, I'm going to say that we had a lot of great matches there, and of course a lot of great community members and a great atmosphere in total. But now it's going to be time for the online event. The next event after this one is going to be in April, by the way, which is going to be on a Cactus in Germany, which is going to be an offline event once again, but the commentary there will be in German.
Yes. And we will once again be sitting in our wonderful studios bringing that to you as well. First up today, as Cop said, Valtra versus Lindner will be starting shortly. You know what? The big thing that happened at Llama wasn't Helm's dominance, because Helm are right up there. They're almost untouchable at the top of that leaderboard now. It was the change around in everybody else below them. We had Vultra rising through the ranks, my Insanity rising through the ranks, and yeah, it made a big deal. Trelleborg did really well at Llama, and they're now up to 8th, and have moved up the board. Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to have a real struggle with this one, because their first match today, which unfortunately we're not going to see, is against is against Helm. So I think that either Helm's going to end up down the losers bracket and have a hard fight to get up to the top, or we're going to find Trelleborg having that fight instead. But our first game today is Vultra versus Lintner, and it's just about to get started.
Yeah, so we're going to start with the ban phase, and of course Lintner versus Vultra. So yeah, Lintner holding the second place in the bracket, Vultra currently holding the fourth place now. And of course, both of the teams, they have a good record of getting on the let's say on the top 4 matches of the tournament. So Lindner with the 4 bronze medals, actually, 1 4th place, and Vultra with 1 second, 1 third, and 3 4th places. So that's how they are lining up. But on the ban phase, as we can see, Manito, we have the telehandler being banned. We have, I guess, maybe the second telehandler coming up as well from the ban of Lindner. Haven't seen that yet, but that's the most probable situation. And yes, the New Holland will be banned as well. And that's pretty much... I mean, I'm a little bit puzzled about Valtra's bans, though, because it wasn't like a clear choice. There was one big one a bit smaller one, so they went for something else.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a strange choice there from Vultra. Normally you get 2 big tractors taken out. I think they wanted to make that statement that teams tend to like to make from time to time. They banned the Lintner tractor. And so basically we're taking out Lintner's option for a small tractor with that. But most teams, in all fairness, go for the John Deere, the 6M that we see Lintner has chosen. So yeah, I think that's more a statement of banning Lintner's sponsor rather than actually taking out a tractor that they think they might use.
Well, the perks. So we do have Big Hall chosen by Lindner, and I mean, we have seen Big Hall being chosen on the let's say the first match of the series. In the past, when we started, it was something that was always left, something to play later, but they started already on Birmingham, I guess, or already before that as well. And there we go. So we do have Lindner, they do have a Big Hall, and we have Unstoppable on the side of Vultra, if I saw correctly. So that is pretty much the starting setup, and of course now the battle for the pads is gonna start pretty soon. As we can see, people already heading out from the gates. We can see Apollo, Zerus heading towards the fields to get some equipment to make the first bale. Silas going to be going the other way around, and we'll be trying to get. Let's see what he's going to be grabbing. He's going to go just for the combine. So Klaas Axion will be taken.
I don't
from there.
think Zerus got the combine he was after. No, the combine went to Vultra. Vultra managed to get that second all-important class combine. Oh, and Soren has fallen over on his way to get the Krone Baler. Thankfully, wasn't actually contesting it with anybody, and so has managed to pick that up. But yes, early stages here. It looks like Vultra have the advantage. They've got those 2 big class combines, and that will give them a grain advantage going into this. However, they have Unstoppable. So they actually are in a pretty good place grain game overall, because Lindner can't deliver too much grain without stopping their own belt.
Yeah, Apollo's going to go for the first bell. It seems that Lindner is in a better position to get the first bell done. Let's see what's going to be resulting from this. It's not going to be like a mega bale. It's going to be reversed then as well. So it's 120 something, 27, 24. So that's actually quite less. And Søren's going to follow. He's going to reverse that in as well. So we'll take the safe approach. And there will be a bit of a gap, but nothing huge. 7 points. So it's not the end of the world, definitely. And I can already see the chat. They are already asking for pancakes. And one thing that I still want to highlight from Birmingham, from the NAC, from Llama, that we actually had a waffle stand right next to the venue. So I know it's not the same thing as pancakes, but still waffle goes pretty much in the same category. So it was definitely lovely to see that it was right next to it. And I'll be honest, straight after the broadcast, I went for the stand and got a waffle.
Nice drive-by drop of Soren's Baylor there, catching up on some of the time that he lost earlier. And Apollo now grabbing the big haul truck for Lindner and taking the crane out of the combine. Both teams actually being very efficient. They both had fairly slow first bales in the grand scheme of things, but fairly evenly matched. It's going to be interesting to see how Lindner use the big haul going up against Unstoppable here. We know in the past that this is the most using Unstoppable against big haul is a really, really disruptive thing. And I think the teams are beginning to adapt to it a little bit. So we'll see if Lindner have a strategy here that might turn things on its head.
And one thing I still gotta say about the waffle, because it's on my head. So it was almost going to be the most expensive waffle of my life, because I think the waffle was like eight quids, and the guy or the girl who was actually working at the stand, she made a typo on the payment terminal, and she actually tried to charge 800 quids. But luckily, as I was playing with the paying with the NFC, so it didn't go through because it was like above the limit. But she actually made a typo and tried to charge me 800 from a waffle. But luckily, it didn't go through, and it didn't ended up being the most expensive waffle of my life. But anyways, back to the topic. We'll talk about this sometime later. Anyways, 6.5 minutes on the clock, so we still have a bit of time, 50 seconds till the next drops are gonna come in. And then we'll see how this is going to play it out. When you look at the stats, we have Valtra actually playing the usual, well, I guess we can say usual strategy versus the big haul, as they have been collecting 65k of grain already, which is, as we have seen, teams preparing versus big haul usually means that they will get something like between 60 and 70,000 of grain, just to make sure that they do have plenty of it when it's needed. And they are still collecting. They actually gotta go over 70,000. That's gonna be a huge amount of grain which they're collecting, as we can see. I mean, Lindner, they stopped at 59, which is pretty much the limit, as we know, when you play with the big haul. And Valtra will just go with the 72,000 for now. So that's so they should be fine. But of course, let's see. I mean, the drops are coming in. Do we have anything disruptive coming up? And as soon as we see them, then we're gonna be a whole lot smarter about the possibilities, what's gonna happen. But the setup and the stage definitely has been set.
That is the advantage of those two class
Grain multiplier.
That is. Oh no! Wow. This is going to be an insane grain setup, and there's nothing yet at and Valtra have got the grain multiplier. So they are now going to go and deliver with a grain multiplier 72,000 liters of grain.
They have a bigger multiplier as well. I think they had 1.6 and the for Lindner is 1.5. So they have more grain and they have a bigger multiplier. So that is huge for Valtra when you think about the how the multiplier is gonna end up, because when you use the multiplier, it's gonna be what is it, like 20-something thousand at least, the difference there.
And and that's purely down to the fact that Lindner have an extra 6 bales. So they've only got that 1.5 multiplier. Now, Lindner aren't too concerned here. They know that they can drop that grain very quickly, but they're taking their time getting their big haul truck up there.
Yeah. Well, let's see how this is going to play out. We can see Valtra, they're kind of like waiting. So this is, of course, the whole waiting from the Lindner side is going to delay things on the Valtra side. So they're going to play it. So Lindner wants to play this, that Valtra cannot use the multiplier for the remaining grain. They have 30 seconds more of time. And because they have the big haul, they can just pour it down like very fast. So this seems to be ending up that Valtra cannot use all the multiplier in a way. Lindner is very well playing this whole situation.
That is awesome play from Lindner. Really, really good play. Just let the multiplier run out for
there we go.
And then dump the lot.
Yeah, so they only end up, Valtra ended up using 20,000 only with the multiplier in the end. And Lindner, they can use everything with the multiplier. So this is actually really good play from Lindner, just like you said, Alex. Very, very well. They had the patience to wait for it, and now it's paying off.
And if I was Vultra, I would honestly have been waiting for that multiplier to run out for Lintner. Now Lintner do have a big problem. They have their belt turned off. Xerxes is making the most of it. There are 32 bail points up for grabs for Vultra here. Soren is going to run and grab it. Is he going to beat his opponent? Yes. So those are 32 bail points for Vultra.
This is interesting because Lindner did manage to stop their belt at the same time. So we saw, yes, that the Zerzeros was climbing up all the way on the belt. But I guess there's a lot of interesting elements in play. But the multiplier is gonna end up to Lindner just slightly.
It is!
After all of this, they will get it with the 2.1. So that's how much you can make a difference when you time the pickup of the drop. I mean, they had a lower multiplier. They had less grain. But the timing, it made all the difference, and they managed to use the big hole. I think it was a very creative play because you probably cannot do that without the big hole, as you cannot power it down that fast.
I think that's some of the best strategic play we've seen in the FSL. Absolutely making sure that a mistake made by Vultra cost them as much as Lintner could make it cost them. Really good play, turning an absolute disadvantage into an advantage for them, disrupting Vultra's play. Love to see it. Fantastic.
Yeah, it was great. And now as we have 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, we can see that there's a pretty big difference actually in the amount of bails. So the score situation looks pretty even still. But I'm slightly worried about the Valtra situation with the bails. Now they are pressing some more. So yeah, the gap is like 5-6 bails pending from the moment. But I think that Lindner actually, they have the multiplier. They do have a bit more points. They do have a bit more bails. So everything currently seems to be on their side, as we can see. And if they just keep shoving them in, it should be fine because they have the belt operational. The speed is not the greatest, so Valtra's advantage currently is the fact that they do have a faster belt, and that's pretty much it. So let's see. Of course, nobody has any kind of space for any kind of mistakes. We can see that the score situation is just about 20 points away from each other's, and we are coming on the final 35 seconds. And we can see already Lindner realizing that they cannot put all the bails because belt is so slow. They cannot put them on the second floor to get the multiplier points, so they will have to shove them in on the first floor, the ground floor, and just settle down with the 10 points per bail.
It's really interesting. Saying at the start that teams are beginning to learn how to do Big Hall versus Unstoppable, and Lindner here have absolutely showed it. They have played an absolutely brilliant game against Vultra, and they are going to take it 579 points to 486. Fantastic game from Lindner.
When there was about 15 seconds still remaining, there was no bails anymore enough on the Valtra side to close the gap, unfortunately. But they tried everything they could. The gap will end up being about 100 points. And we can see this exactly on the amount of delivered bails. So 20 versus 26. And we saw this like a couple of minutes before the start that Valtra just didn't have the bails. So they lost a bit of a time with this whole grain setup, which they did use in the end. So not having a big haul, needing to collect the grain on the multiple different utilities and vehicles, and then building the setup. And then they needed to also wait for a decent amount of time because, I mean, as the multiplier will run out. Yeah, there we go.
I was
having
a look at that grain multiplier at the end on the final scoreboards. And the way Lindner played it, they turned 52,000 litres of grain into 133,000 litres of grain. And Vultra, with the multipliers, and Vultra are only able to turn 72,000 into 125. And that's what gave Lindner the advantage. And it was just so well played to wait till the last moment to get that multiplier, to let Vultra's multiplier run out and then deliver their own grain. Just such a fantastic piece of play. And it's what won them the match. Reversing that multiplier, reversing that grain advantage Vultra had, really did it for them.
So if Valtra would have picked the grain multiplier, the last second possible, just like Lindner did, they could have won it.
Easily. Because
Mm.
they would have had a 1.5 sorry, a 2.5 multiplier pretty much without a doubt, because they had that grain advantage.
Mm. Well, there we had it. The first game of the tournament is done, at least on the broadcast. Of course, other teams have been playing meanwhile on the background. And the first series is 1-0 now for Lindner. And of course, there's a reason why they're currently standing on the second plane on the circuit points as well. So very, very well done. And now, of course, it's best of threes, just like always. So, of course, with the next game is going to decide will we go the third game of the series, if Voltras going to win it, or will Lindner be able to secure it already with the 2-0? So who knows? We'll figure that out in some time. And just as a reminder, so all the matches are best of twos. We have a double bracket system, and then the final will be best of fives with a slight adjustment that the team coming from the upper bracket will have that one default auto win. So they will start with a 1-0 scoreline. And we should be having the second game starting in a matter of seconds. So then we'll see. And we do have Big Hole chosen by Lindner, and then we had the Unstoppable used by Valtra. So those are the props that have been used, and now we'll see how it's going to play from here.
Yeah, so Valtra now without that advantage possibility of Unstoppable versus Big Hole. Be interesting to see which they choose going into this second game. Valtra once again banning that Lindner Lint track straight off the start. I wonder if they'll go for banning Large Tractor again or not. But yeah, both telehandlers gone thanks to Lindner. Final ban from Valtra is going to be the Large John Deere, which we saw both teams using last match.
So let's see how this is going to play down. We have Bottleneck coming on the both sides, at least for now. So then we know that, okay, Bottleneck is going to be here used. And then if we go for the third game of the series, we should have more or less the same perks as we had on the previous game, but of course reversed between the teams. So this is, I don't know, I can't really say that's surprising, but I didn't expect that both are going to choose the same. I don't know why, because lately we have seen quite few actually of matches where the teams are choosing the same perk against the other one, but that is how we're going to play it. So it's completely valid and it's completely fine. And these we actually saw at the start of the season, the matches like this more.
Got the 725 Vario chosen by Valtra along with John Deere 6M. So Valtra going for a double front loader setup here, whereas Lindner have gone for two large tractors along with the Holland T6. So that is quite an interesting choice to go with there. We said before, the advantage to having a double front loader setup is that you are able to get more bales back at once. So a definite advantage there in the later game. But of course, two large tractors means that you can bale quicker, and that's the advantage of that, even if you can't get the bales back faster. Both teams heading
Somebody should
off.
make a song about it. The quick baler. I can see it already. Quick baler. Something like Blackberry style of a song, like Quick Baler.
Apollo just beaten to that case baler there, and it looks like Valtra have got the second class combine again. So a prospect of Valtra having that massive grain advantage that we saw them have the last game. Of course, they can't rely on that, as we discovered last game. You've got to get your multipliers right as well. And a pretty fast first bale here from looking from Valtra as well. Soren getting that massive Ferguson baler nice and early, round in that corner. And yeah, you can see Apollo is quite a way behind.
And there we can see Sören coming up. The bale is waiting, so this looks like a swing. There's actually multiple bales on that one, so it's not just one bale. So there's 3 bales on it. So he has been quite busy with it. Was it like 3 bales actually, or 2 of them? But anyways, yeah, two bales. Yeah, okay, so not 3, but yeah, we're getting 126 and then Vulture's going to be claiming 133. So the gap is not that big actually. Just what is that? 7 points again?
7
It's
points again,
exactly
I
the
think.
same gap
Yeah.
which we had. Yeah, exactly the same. And this time it's going to be the other way around. I think Lindner had a slight advantage on the previous game. We have Crazy Tool and British Race. They are coming up. And yeah, let's see if somebody will go for something. They're pretty far away. So, I mean, yeah, British Race could be something. Crazy Tool is a bit hard to use, as we have mentioned multiple times in the past. So I don't really see them going for those. But we'll see. We'll see.
I don't think either of those power-ups are actually useful for either team at this point. Neither team is crossing the bridges to deliver bales at the moment. So Bridges Race is no use, and Crazy Tool isn't any use either because neither teams are pressing bales. So yeah, it doesn't really make sense for either of them to go out of their way to go and grab those power-ups. So I think we're going to see a fairly standard run up until the second power-up.
True. Yeah, I mean, every time when you have the same perks, so the teams are pretty much following the same strategies as well. And I guess this is the case. When you look at the mini-map, you can see that they are more or less operating the same parts of the field, not that far away from each other and so on. So, and now we can see, yeah, so it's going to be going towards the silo. The amount of grain what do I see, like Baltra leading by about 5k or something like that. But this seems to be like a heavy delivery to me.
They have a lot of extra grain, an extra 5,000 liters of grain already for Vultra. That is a huge amount of grain to already have over their opponents, and I think that might even be growing. I think they might be increasing that gap. In fact, yeah, they are definitely increasing that gap over Lindner. Yeah. It's got up to nearly 8,000 liters at this point. Vultra's grain game is absolutely brilliant. They are doing so well at getting grain in. If there isn't a grain multiplier at the next power up, which is very possible that there won't be, then they're looking very strong going into the latter half of this game.
Yeah. I mean, Baltra did the same on the previous game. They had more grain than Lindner. Of course, we had different perks and everything, but they still lost the multiplier game. But of course, now they gotta be careful. Whatever is gonna be coming from the not from the super drops, from the drops in about 15 minutes. Then we'll figure out, and we do have a technical break.
A disconnect.
So something is going on here. Yeah. So from the Lindner side, we are missing a player.
Yeah, we are missing a player on
there we
the
go.
Lindner side. So they will try and reconnect and continue the game, but that at the moment, as that stands, that is a very strong position for Vultra. They got more bales at the moment. They've got more grain at the moment, and those are the two things that win you matches. So yeah, they if they can score that grain without having the same disruption in the multiplayer that Lindner did to them last game, then I think they're with a strong chance to win this.
But yeah, the thing with these technical breaks is, I mean, I do like it in a way that when we have a technical break, when player disconnects, it's very like clear situation that, disconnect, we'll fix that, we'll go on. But then sometimes we have these glitches that something is not working or problems with the controller or something like that. They take more time to resolve. So let's hope that the whatever is the issue, internet or something like that, let's hope that it's going to be figured out. I mean, just call somewhere, ask them to fix the internet. That's an easy thing. Always.
Yeah,
and
this certainly seems
struggling
to be
with the internet. So
all the time. Yeah, we're back in. So yeah, Silas was the one who disconnected. Seems to have reconnected, and we're back. And I was about to say before we had the technical break, looks like the power-ups are going to drop really close to the edge. So they're going to be easy to get, and I'm just trying to see what they are. Bridges lowered and bale dropped, so do not have grain multiplier this time. We have Vultra dropping their grain, which is why I was looking at it and going, why have Vulture suddenly got less grain? That's because they're scoring with it. They are up to a 2.8, 2.9 multiplier. I think they're about to stop. Yeah, they are about to stop Lintner's belt. So at this point, Vulture need to score some bales. They've got this massive advantage in the multiplier at the moment, and Lintner are now evening things up. So they need to score some bales while they can with this huge multiplier, because it does make a big difference in the later stages.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see how this is gonna end up. We do have some grain deliveries now coming from Lintner's side, so they're trying to even up the multiplier. I guess, yeah, we do have some activity on the Vulture side as well, so they are also pouring it down. So Vulture has the advantage with the multiplier, and it's kind of like the starting situation was that they also had a more grain. But Lintner is actually pretty nicely sitting with 36,000 still. I mean, yeah, there's a difference on the multiplier, but yeah, this is... I'm a bit curious to see how this is actually going to end up, because I mean, I haven't done any math calculations.
Here we go.
But on my head, it should be enough, and Vulture will try to use the multiplier. As we can see, those should be 27 points per bale. So what do we have here? Over 80 points actually, 81 points on the belt.
That
there.
is
and
really strong.
Trying to take that away, so they are Lintner at the same time also trying to take it away. So they will not get the full amount of points from those bales, but they will get some in with a better multiplier for sure.
It's enough to even it up, though. Vulture did not have enough of a grain advantage to get a multiplier in their favor. However, they scored 3 bales, one at 2.6 multiplier, one at a 2.4, and one at a 2.2, which, as I was saying a minute ago, those are the important bales. Those are the ones that they really wanted to score with, because it just gives them a load more points. And they've got a bale advantage at the moment as well, even having delivered bales. So fantastic play there from Vulture. They've set themselves up for a really strong final 3 minutes.
Yeah, Vulture is definitely looking very good. And the bale count is about the same as well, so it's not that they're really lacking. We can say combo maybe coming from Vulture, and they are actually getting bale-tastic, and they still continue from there. So Vulture is making some very strong plays here, as we can see. They have 10 out of 15 for the next combo. Can we see Lintner maybe resetting that? And yes, we can see Serserus putting the bales on the belt, so that's going to be for sure stopping the combo. But Vulture, they already almost close to 400 points, so they are making huge moves here.
This is a fantastic comeback game for Vulture. They responded to that first game win by Lintner really, really well. They're dominating this second game, and even though they haven't got the bale multiplier that the bale multiplier I thought they would have, when they did have it, they used it really effectively. And managed to get that bale-tastic. We don't see that very often these days. Teams don't seem to leave that open very often. And Vulture just taking advantage of Lintner being unable to get there and stack bales.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, definitely, like you said, very, very strong comeback from Vulture to the series. So we'll see how this is going to go down. Of course, we have 1 minute and 20 seconds still remaining, but Vulture, they have a gap, Lintner, they do have a gap of 200 points that they should close. And honestly, I just think that it's maybe a little bit too much for this situation. Depending, I mean, all the stats regarding the bales and everything is so much even, so they don't have like an angle here how they could come back from this one. Of course, they can try, and they will try, and who knows? I mean, anything can happen. But given the facts that we can see on the board, I don't really see that they have like an angle to do it.
No, Vulture are continually bringing bales in at the moment. There's an even number of bales, and nearly 200 points between the teams. It's almost impossible with this amount of time left on the board for Lintner to come back. I think if Vulture didn't deliver another bale, they might be able to do it by getting a bale-tastic or something like that. But Vulture are still delivering bales, are still scoring points.
Yeah, and this is really nice to see from Valtra. I mean, the last tournament was a bit of a disappointment for them for sure, as they went out straight on the first day of the Llama tournament. So this is definitely a good comeback from them to get a nice like 700-point game, which is actually a pretty huge amount of points. So that's really nice to see from them, and that's how Valtra will claim the victory from the second game of the series, taking the series to 1-1 and forcing it all the way to the third game.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic game there. And actually really, really even grain deliveries there. Only 69,000 litres for Voltra versus 68,000 litres for Lintner. 28 bales delivered for Voltra in that game versus 20 for Lintner. So there's where the big difference is. Voltra just delivering a helm level of bales there. To win that. Really, really good play from them.
Helm level of bales. That's a nice terminology there, Alex. But yeah, you're completely right. So yeah, we're gonna have a third game of the series, and I kind of do like it because sometimes we see these tournaments that all the games are 2-0s, and then maybe later stages of the tournament we'll see 2-1s and so on. But this is definitely a nice start with the tournament already with a very even series. And of course we knew. I mean, Lintner is for a reason holding the second place on the circuit points, Valtra on the fourth place, so they're not that far away. I mean, actually, there's only 20 points separating them on the circuit points before this tournament, so they are very even teams. And of course, then when you have even teams, you can expect an even series as well.
And that's the thing. If Voltra go further in this series than Lintner do, that is going to put Voltra up into second place. Depending, of course, on how far New Holland get as well. But yeah, Voltra very much eyeing up that second place with a win against Lintner here. So yeah, they've got a lot to play for to get themselves back in that second spot.
Okay, and now we know that the when we go to the third game of the series, so we can expect that it's going to be a big haul on the Valtra side, and probably unstoppable then on the side of a Lindner. Unless, of course, somebody decides to play Herbicide, for example. But we haven't seen that now happening for a while, so who knows? But that's what we are expecting. And thinking about how these teams play, I don't know. I do have, I mean, I should be completely unbiased, of course, as always. But somehow Unstoppable and Lindner sounds like a pretty strong combination in my mind. I don't know why, but it just sounds like it.
It's to be honest, Unstoppable against Big Cool puts the team with Unstoppable at an advantage. We've seen that time and again, and actually that has been the big upset so far. Is that Lindner were able to come back, and while they had Big Cool versus Unstoppable, they were able to win the match and win the match well. It's going to be an uphill struggle this final game for Ultra against with that setup. So we'll have to see how they come out and how they go against it. They're going to have to cause some level of disruption along the same lines as Lindner did against them in the first game.
Yeah, this will be interesting, but those are the expectations because it's a happy people on the pictures once again, and now we just have to figure out how this is gonna play all the way. But I don't expect to see much of the surprises on the ban phase, and then we'll see. I mean, as said, we always the biggest expectation is what's gonna happen with Team Perk, and now when it's pretty well known what we're gonna expect. So we'll just have to wait and see how this is going to play out all the way.
Question is, which big tractor is Vultra banning? Big play here from Vultra. That is... So knowing they've got to go Big Cool versus Unstoppable, they've got rid of that class combine. That is a very big play there by Vultra. It's cost them
that's going to cost them with points. Yeah.
Yeah. It's limited their options further down, but that is a very big play from them.
Yeah, let's see how the points. What can they actually still pick? That's the question. But yeah, that is. I mean, because when you have the big haul, and then if the other team has, let's say, like a 2 two classes, for example, then this will take the this will put Lindner to consider something else. What they will do with the harvesters, for example, that is definitely true. So we'll just have to wait and see how this is gonna play. But the ban is gonna make a lot of a difference there.
Yeah, it's not often you see teams go for that kind of thing. In fact, Vulture have still managed to make picks. No, I think that's the thing. Going for Big Haul, they know they had some points to spare because Unstoppable costs more points than Big Haul does. So they knew they had some points to play with. They went for the big play and banned the biggest combine in the game. That does make it harder for Lindner to get a massive amount of extra grain.
Yeah, and at the same time, they also still managed to get all the player perks as well. So I was actually expecting myself that they would be lacking a player perk, maybe from some of the players, and now we'll just have to wait and see. So, for example, suddenly the ideals will come a whole lot more attractive vehicles, as we can see immediately. Apollo and Zerus making the first spell. We can see Vulture to follow right behind them. So as we can see from the X-ray, Lindner has a slight advantage. They are right in front of Luca and Sören. We're pretty far away, so we cannot really expect to have it like a huge first spell. So we can see Apollo now getting away, and the bridge, can he still make it from that bridge actually? And if he can, that actually would be a huge thing, because he can actually make it from it, and that's actually enabling them to still make about 140s. Or when it comes to the points on the Lindner side, we can expect something a little bit less than 140, like 138. But he's going to reverse that in. He knows that they have the advantage. So 135-ish, 34 maybe. Yeah, 134. That's going to be the first fail, and the gap is not going to be that much. It's going to be only 3 points. So all the 3 games on the series, we have seen now that both sides, they are capable of, let's say, delivering pretty even first fails.
Considering the distance both teams had to come, that actually was a pretty good score for both of their first bails. I'm expecting something in the 120s with that, but it's worked out fairly well for both teams. We've got bail drop and bridges raised. I would expect both teams to go for bail drop. In fact, Lindner have gone for bail drop and have picked it up. Soren, I think Soren will probably jump out and grab it. No, there we go. Lennox has jumped out and grabbed that bail drop. So both teams now getting that extra bail onto their down by their bar.
So the collection has begun. I mean the grain, and it's pretty even. I guess the question, as always, is that how Lindner will manage the grain above 60k. And let's see how Vulture plays this as well. But Vulture with the big haul, so we know that they're usually stopping around 60. And then for the Lindner side, of course, what's going to happen? I mean, will the key be to collect more? But they did the magical trick on the first game of the series that they managed to somehow win the grain game with less grain and with a worse multiplier as well, which was definitely something. And as we can see, Sören here going with the Optimus Prime once again and heading towards the edge of the field. We'll leave it there for a while, and they will come and unload some stuff there later on as they will move on then towards the silos. So everything is pretty much as we expect for the time being.
They're not dropping any grain at all at this point, which is quite interesting. I suppose that the possibility of the grain multiplier is still kicking around here, so they don't want to go and drop their grain too early and then get caught out with that, as they did last time. Big Haul came up against Unstoppable,
and it's just less than a minute for the drops. No grain has been delivered at all. Vulture has been a little bit quicker on actually collecting the grains, also pressing the bales. So they have 3 bales more now, as we can see. They were just doing them. So, but still, I mean, Vulture is now currently getting more out of the fields, I would say. But it's just a matter of seconds when we'll see the grain situation, where they're gonna stop with it, how they're gonna play it. Of course, 25 seconds for the next round of drops as well, and then I wouldn't mind actually seeing Silo close, for example. We saw the Grey multiplier, so yeah, Silo close would be fun to see.
Yeah, silo close would be a nice little bit of disruption. Would probably be against Vultra overall, though, a silo close. Because, of course, they have an issue with delivering stuff. And it is silo close. It's silo closed or Bale multiplier. Now, that is really dangerous. If either team goes for silo closed, the other team can go for Bale multiplier and score points immediately with the Bales. I think Soren has left that there. He does not want to touch that until the last few seconds. And, and I think both teams will see getting it in like sub 10 seconds.
And now we actually have a Vultra unloading. So Vultra did...
Apollo! What a
He's
mistake from Apollo!
No! He needs to disengage. I don't know what happened here. I mean, he got so stunned about the fact that Vultra at the same time put the multiplier to 3.0. So, and now he went for the silo close. So Vultra is gonna end up with 2.8, but they also ending up with the belt being stopped. So this is how they play with the timing, and Lindner is now putting the setup here, but of course they cannot unload it. So Vultra used the big haul to do this like a sneaky attack on the silo, and then they could have picked the silo close a little bit, let's say. No, they actually did the right thing. Yeah, they collected at the right time, and then we saw Lindner picking that. No, Lindner actually picked that earlier, and then Vultra picked that a little bit late. Yeah, that's the case.
So I think Vultra delivered a load of stuff, and then Lindner closed their silo, and then Vultra closed Lindner's silo. But there's such a difference in time.
Yeah, but I mean, they have like 15 seconds on the Lindner side, so now we're gonna be seeing how this is gonna play after it. So Vultra will be ready with 30,000, and Lindner, they didn't deliver any. I think, no, they did deliver some, because they have, they did deliver some, because for 3.0 it's now 2.8, and Lindner has collected more, as we can see. They are now at 59, and Vultra, I don't think that they did collect anything else, so they have the same. So Lindner actually should be having a slightly more grain after the silo close is gonna end up. And now the unloading happens. Vultra cannot put all of that in because the Lindner hasn't been doing anything, and now they are starting to pour that down. But to me, it seems that Lindner is going to be winner of the grain game once again.
Ultra to Lord Baylor with 2 bales. That's pretty good. This is on Lindner's side. So 2 bale Lord Baylor, and it's been picked. 2 bales for Vultra with Lord Baylor, and look at that. Oh, this is Vultra putting stuff on the belt. And Lindner is just in massive control here, because restarting Vultra's belt is purely down to Lindner. And Vultra have actually blocked their belt.
Yeah. And Lindner is waiting, but they have the 1.5 multiplier. I mean, on the Lindner side, at some point they want to do something about it. Yeah, they could, but they don't get that many points, so they want to definitely unload, and they have the grain, so now they will start pouring it down. And also Vultra's belt will slowly start to move, as we can see. So they have unlocked the belt, and it's going to be definitely even, but will it be even 2.1 to Lindner? It will, just slightly, yeah. So they do get it in the end. I was slightly, not really worried, but let's say eager to see how this is going to play out in the end, and it actually played out really nicely. So Lindner
do have quite a big points advantage.
Yeah, they do lead on the points, so they have been delivering some. Lindner, I mean, 140 points away, so that is about 7 bales, what they're currently lacking. We don't see that on the bale counts, which is of course slightly worrying, and of course the time is going to be running out as well, because it's just 1 minute on the clock. I mean, all these timings and waitings, so the round has gone actually pretty fast, to be honest. So let's see how this is in the end playing out. But the now the gap is only just 100 points actually. So I don't know. Let's see. But yeah, Valtra having that small advantage, and Lindner not really having the bales to cover that whole gap. Of course, tells some kind of a story.
I'm not sure if I was Lindner if I would have freed up Valtra's belt like that. Yes, you're at a disadvantage apparently with the multiplier, but Valtra can't score on their belt, especially when their belt is blocked like that. They would have done really well to have just scored as many bales as they could, and let Valtra try and defeat their combos. They had nothing to lose there, and it's gone Valtra's way. 609 points for Valtra to win it. Yeah, that was really interesting. Some disruption attempted there by Lindner, but I don't think it was enough. And 26 bales to 20 as well. More grain though for Lindner, but at the end of the day, the bales are where the points are, and Lindner and Valtra scored more of them.
Yeah, I do have a bit of a mixed feelings about the unload, kind of like opening the belt for Valtra's side, as you mentioned it multiple times. They had a multiplier of 1.5, and if they would have just kept delivering bales with a lower multiplier, of course, what would have happened that then Valtra would have removed the bales and probably tried to somehow drive them all the way on the second floor, and then score something on the first one. So of course we don't know what would have happened. But I think you are right on that one, that they would have had a better chance, and now it was kind of like an opportunity which was not explored.
Yeah, I think keeping that belt stopped, causing Valtra to actually, as you said, have to remove the bales off the belt, and then either try and drive up the belt or try and get exactly the right moment for the multiplier would have been worked. But we are about to go and have a break. Back in a bit. welcome back to the second online tournament of Farming Simulator League Season 5. I am here with Matty. I really thought that first match was a really good showcase for how good both Voltra and Lintner are as teams.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, first of all, Valtra, they made like I said, great comeback versus the previous tournament, which was definitely a disappointment for them. And also Lindner showing some creativity with the strategies, especially with that timing of the grain multiplier. So I really liked what I saw. It wasn't like that we had a game where we knew what's going to happen and what's going to be the result. Almost all of the games were a little bit full of surprises. Well, not full of surprises, but there were surprises, I would say. And it was nice to start the day with that kind of best of three, which all the way goes to the last game as well. And the teams are like showing the best sides of them. Some small mistakes here and there, but nothing major. I don't know what actually happened there on the last game when we had the Lindner side. Was it Zerzeros who actually drove the tractor to the water, or what actually happened there? It seemed like a distraction or something like that, but yeah, a very small thing. We're probably gonna see more of that in the replays. But in general, a very nice close series.
Yeah, it's and I think there were times when Lintner took some great advantage in those games. And this is the first game, and the surprise here being Lintner with the big haul, really dominating against Vulture in this first game, managing to flip a grain disadvantage to an advantage for themselves. In the second, so it really worked well for them in that first game, and it's the first time we've seen a very decisive flip of the disadvantage of having big haul against unstoppable and using it to your advantage. And we have seen teams now beginning to do this. It's been such a disadvantage all the way through this season. Teams are actually beginning to make it go the other way. And we saw it in the last game. Voltra taking that disadvantage of having big haul against unstoppable and using it to their advantage. I think in that last game, there were bits that Lintner could have pressed their own advantage, stopping the belt, with Vulture having stopped their belt and being held at a 2.5 to 1.5 multiplier and having got bales on their belt. I think Lintner could have held that for longer and scored points while that belt was stopped, and it would have really put the pressure on Vulture. But they didn't take advantage of it, and I think that would have been a very good way for them to have gone.
Well, that's opportunity which they didn't explore, as mentioned, and maybe sometime in the future we'll see that kind of gameplay as well. But now we have the next game starting, which is Astragon versus DJK. And the Astragon, they have scored some circuit points this season. They have made it all the way to the 4th place 3 times this season. That is the best result they have gained. And meanwhile, DJK, as we have seen them on the broadcast, but they haven't scored any points. So in a way, Astragon have a slight upper hand here based on the results, but who knows what's going to happen. And if I remember correctly, Astragon didn't get the greatest result from the previous tournament, but I guess they are coming up, back as prepared, and of course have been kind of like exploring other options and so on, what to do with strategies and so on. So let's see what kind of in a way like a comeback they will put onto the table, as they didn't get the greatest result from the last tournament. Of course, DJK wasn't playing at all on the previous tournament at Llama, so that is the one thing as well. Bottleneck versus Bottleneck seems to be the team perks that has been chosen. So we do have actually, the same perks again, and we just saw this on the second game of the previous series.
Yeah, it's a very similar setup when you get Bottleneck like this. This is the interesting point for me. Do teams go for that 2 front loader setup, or do they go for the 2 large tractor setup? And it looks like Astragon have gone for the 2 front loader. Dirk Enfield have also gone for the 2 front loader setup. So both teams able to get lots of bales back to their barn very quickly at the end, but of course sacrificing a little bit of power and it taking a little bit longer to press those bales.
I'm just wondering if, I mean, we probably should have explored this at Llama, but if I would go to, let's say, to see the latest John Deere tractor at the expo, would the salesman tell me, "Oh yeah, we sacrificed a little bit of power"? Probably not. um, okay.
I, it does tend to, but there is that, you know, you are even with modern tractors, something like this large Fendt we're seeing here, you wouldn't necessarily put a front loader on that, and that's the thing you're getting here, is you are sacrificing that little bit of horsepower to get that front loader equipment on with the FSL. And the advantage of taking these big tractors to the big tractors is that the big balers, like the Krone, like the Massey, you can go and you can get those and you can use them at full speed. Whereas if you've got one of the front loaders that has a little bit less horsepower, it will still pull that baler, but it will do it at a slightly lower speed. And that's when you need the balers that press bales for less power, or for less straw. 142 to 143, really close first bale there.
Yeah, and they're really good ones as well. I mean, the highest we have seen today. And both teams are actually getting it. Lately, I think it has been a bit of a trend that either team gets a good first bale and then the second one is either overdoing it and failing or not just going for it. But this time, both teams actually score more than 140, and it doesn't happen that often. So, of course, I love to see it. And now it's all about how they will start collecting the grain. Bridges raised, bridges lowered. So, yeah, it's will you take the blue pill or the red pill? You have to make the decision. Or then you don't have to take a pill at all, which might be the case here. So we'll see if somebody's going to grab something. But it's so early, and you don't really need those because you're not really delivering the bales towards the barn at this stage at all. So that you just might leave them there and not waste the time to actually go for them. And more concentrate on collecting the grain, pressing maybe some of the bales, but not really taking them to the barn, and then seeing what's going to be coming out of the drops in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, both teams quite a way away from those drops, and neither of those drops really giving either of them an advantage. I think both teams will just ignore them and keep collecting their grain. It looks like Astragon are slightly ahead position-wise. I'm just trying to see the grain underneath, and yeah, to me, actually, it looks like Dierka Enfield have a little bit extra grain. They do. They have around 3,000 litres extra grain at the moment. And I think that is because they are running the John Deere combine as opposed to Astragon, who are running Ideal. So they have a little bit more width on the header of that John Deere, and as a result are able to get a grain a little bit quicker. Of course, that Ideal has a larger grain tank, John Deere, so that will probably even out overall.
Yeah, that's going to do something. And we do have some early deliveries, so teams are not really waiting for the at all to see what's going to come up on the multiplier. So we can see Astragon already pouring actually a quite large portion of the grain, but they're also collecting more at the same time. So this will be interesting what's going to happen with the DJK. We can see Folby here working on the fields. Nothing that special really going on here. It's going to be now changing something. And we do also see that the Toby was there on the background as well. So they haven't really yet gone. But now I think they will start moving the combine slightly towards closer to the silo. And then we'll see what's going to happen, because they have now collected 60,000. And Astragon, they are also still in the collect phase. So this seems to be a game where they are, once again, a lot of grain is going to be delivered. And maybe the teams, they have understood at this point that of the season that the grain actually makes more difference. Because, in the past we said that, 1.9, 1.8, it's not like the end of the world. You can still manage it if you're just efficient enough. But now when you don't have the time, so in a way the differences on the grain multiplier do affect more because of the less play time, which was changed at the start of the season. So that's, I guess, one of the lessons here. But meanwhile, the bales are being pressed as well, so pretty even. There was a moment when DJK actually had more bales, and Astragon wasn't really doing them, but now they are kind of like trying to get that done. And bale multiplier and speed up will be available on the super drop, so bale multiplier definitely the one where we're expecting the teams to go for, as they do have some bales. The question is, are they nearby? And at the same time, DJK is going to start pouring it down as well, the grain, I mean.
And this is the thing. I think that neither team wants to get that Bale multiplier until the last moment, until they have a Bale in place. And you can see Dirk now grabbing those first Bales on their Jeppy getting himself into position, although he's missed that Bale there, so he's got to be careful with his timing here. He wants to take as much advantage of that Bale multiplier as possible. And things are currently evened out at 1.9 to 2.1, but a lot more grain there. And speed up collected by Dierke.
Yeah.
But the other one's gone. Completely missed Bale multiplier by Astragon.
Yeah, they didn't go for anything, so this is a bit well, not misleading, but let's say interesting. Somebody could say that it's a little bit suspicious as well, but yeah, definitely eager to see. And I don't understand it. Like, if Ehrenfeld actually goes and collects all those bales, but doesn't go for the bale multiplier, as they just went into the position to deliver those bales. As we can see, they are now doing it. So why didn't they take the bale multiplier? Well, I don't know. Maybe they accidentally used the wrong drop.
I wonder if they ran out of time. Considering that it ended very quickly after that, I think they didn't have time to go and grab the Bale multiplier, and so grabbed the only one they could to give them as much advantage as possible. But yeah, it is a very weird choice for neither team to go for Bale multiplier, and Major Melon is stuck.
Well, okay, that situation is now solved, so a bit of a scary moment. I mean, could have gone worse, but in the end he did manage to just wiggle it away, and that didn't have to disengage or anything like that, so that's completely fine. Of course, lost a couple of seconds, but nothing major. But there was definitely all the ingredients for let's say, for a bigger catastrophe. Multiplier switch, yeah, could be something, but it's a pretty short time as well. I mean, on the Ehrenfeld side, so I don't know. Major Melon's got to take that for the time being, at least, if nothing else. And they do have a couple bales actually ready.
They have bales.
They do. So they can actually use that. So they will get a couple extra points per bale. And I think also Ehrenfeld had some bales on the belt, so maybe they can snatch something away from them. Yeah,
and they're
gonna lose here.
Wow.
6 points in total, which they kind of like managed to snatch away from Ehrenfeld with that move. And you take the gaps from those 3 bales which were delivered during the multiplier switch. So that was the thing.
I think that's the best we've seen multiplier switch work for a team. You know, actually being able to score 3 bales.
Yeah, it was pretty handy. They scored 2 bales and then Ehrenfeld scored 1. So what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, they got 4 points more, but then they took 2 points away from Ehrenfeld at the same time. But yeah, that's pretty much it. But the score situation is still pretty even. I mean, both teams are close to 300. Ehrenfeld has a slight advantage on the multiplier. Both teams have 10 plus bales, which is completely fine. So yeah, this is, I think, so far, and of course we are very still early on the broadcast, but so far, one of the closest series we have seen.
I think the multiplier is beginning to bite, though. That score difference per bale between the two teams is closing. You can see Dirk Enfield keep going into the lead, and in fact at this point you can see they've overtaken and they've properly gone into lead and now in control of this. I think it's going to be very difficult now for Astragon to come back. The bale numbers are even, and Dirk have a considerable lead in points.
Yeah, it comes down to the efficiency. I mean, yes, of course the multiplier is going to bite at some point, but it's still like a reasonable, like a 1 bale difference or something when you think about the amount of bales they have available. So it comes down to the last seconds, I would say. Who's going to be getting all the bales on the second floor? Who's going to be needing to put something on the first floor? And yeah, it comes all the way down to that. One single mistake, once again, can make all the difference. For example, this 1 bale was a little bit on the side, on the Ehrenfeld side, but they didn't manage to get that done. That's also slightly, but I like how they work. Okay, this is not what I
Oh.
like to see, that they will go
That's
both
not
at
good.
the same time. I was just gonna say something about it, and then they suddenly rush, and that's the one
Oh.
bale that could be the thing. I said that one bale can make the difference,
Yeah,
and now we'll
you
see
did.
if that's the one. That's
And
gonna be
look
less
at
than
that.
points, and now it's gonna be very even. Then we do have any
Oh.
bales to ask, because it's gonna be
No, there's not
so
enough.
close. 3 seconds, any bales, and yeah, but it's gonna be Ehrenfeld who's gonna be getting those final bales, and they will get a couple bales on the last second, and they will actually increase the gap to a very reasonable one. I think 50 points or something. In the end, exactly 50 points. So it seemed to be a very close one. But then somewhere out of the, I don't know, from the magician's hat, Ian felt managed to pull a couple more bales and just deliver them on the final second.
Yeah, both those bales even both those bales going up the top that Astragon delivered at the end, that would have made no difference to the overall position. It would have only given them an extra 9 points each, so 18 points, which is not enough to close that gap. Dierka, actually, I think we're in control of that for the last minute and a half. It was just a case of they needed to score the bales, get them in there. The multiplier was in their favor. With a minute left on the clock, you began to see that multiplier biting. The bale for bale, that score was getting closer and closer, and they were catching up. And then, yeah, they overtook with the 30 seconds to go, and that dropped bale was a moment where you kind of went, is that going to be it? Is that going to make the difference? But no, they managed to get everything scored, and as a result, took the match.
Yeah, so well done. Let's see. I mean, of course, we still have a couple more games on the series, pending how the next game is going to go. But well done, I would say. I mean, as mentioned before the game, DJK, they haven't really scored any points this season, and I didn't really have any clear expectations, to be honest. I didn't know how it's going to go. We have seen them to play very strong, but we didn't have any recent matches from them, which would have given any direction. So I'm happy to see that they are back on the, I would say, on the same level we have seen them before.
I don't think, Dirk Enfield aren't currently on the standings, so they haven't scored any points yet. I think they're looking to try and get themselves on there. Astragon currently sitting at 10th. So Dirk very much wanting to get themselves onto the scoreboard and get themselves in this weekend's finals to score those important points.
True. Yeah, that is the situation. They don't have any points in Astragon. They have 10th place, so they have 3 times made it to the 4th place of the tournament and to gain the circuit points. So now we'll just have to wait and figure out how it's going to go from here. But anyways, we do have the second game starting, and we are entering the ban phase. I don't know. I'm not going to say anymore that I'm not expecting any surprises, because we have seen sometimes surprises here as well. But at least for the time being, Ehrenfeld, going for the usual bans. Taking the telehandler out. Let's see, Astragon, they're going to go with Valtra and with something else, and then probably the second telehandler coming from Ehrenfeld at some point. So not expecting any huge surprises. Deutschfar is going to be the second ban from Astragon.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of front loaders banned, actually, and the more powerful front loaders. So this is definitely a push to get their opponents to go into the smaller equipment. We've got Unstoppable versus Big Hall. So Astragon, I would have, before today, I'd have said Astragon definitely in an advantage going into this match. But we've seen this go Big Hall's way twice today. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's see how it plays out. Interesting to see. But yeah, it's not it hasn't been the usual as we said it, that we have seen over Big Hall being won with the Unstoppable quite many times, and it has been the opposite. So let's see if it's gonna be still holding the truth on this second series of today as well. But we don't have to wait for that too long, as we are already loading the game and getting into the action, and then we have the battle of the pads starting up. So let's see if we have any great first bales. At the previous game, both teams, they made 140 plus, just 1 point apart from each other. So there's definitely a chance for another great first bale. We do have 2 players from
Oh,
EFL
not a great start.
hitting to the gates. Yeah, they will hit the gates as we speak, and that's going to be a bit of a problem, to be honest, because they will definitely lose some of these battles. As we can see, challenges on the pads, they will have to go for the secondaries as they don't get
Oh.
what they were hoping for. So it looks slightly, not going to say weird, but let's just say that it looks that it's not really going to the way they were hoping for. And yeah, Astragon will claim some kind of an early advantage definitely from this one to 2 players. I mean, we have seen 1, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, sometimes the baler might be a little bit late, or the combine in front of it might be a little bit late for the first bale. But now when you had 2 players late, it of course makes a difference. And meanwhile, Astragon is going to go already starting to make the first bale. Major Melon is going to come behind Elite Cafe. And it's not going to be that long until he will have that first bale, and now we can see that he's already getting away, so he's going to be going to deliver it. It's not going to be 140, it's going to be something else, but I guess the question is, will he swing it? Gepi at the same time has the first bale, but look how far he actually is. He's so far away from the pond.
This is the thing.
That's going to take ages.
So the thing that almost got missed there is that Toby had to go a very long way to get that John Deere combine. Astragon not only grabbed the class combine, they also grabbed the New Holland one, which was the one Toby was going for, and Jeppy is stuck.
This is bad.
Oh,
He's
there
just
is
trying to
nothing
do
he
something.
can do. He's got to drop, and I don't know if that was a wise choice. He would have probably been better off just sitting there until the bridge came down.
That's what I was wondering
Speed limit
as well.
picked up
but
by both teams, but
I gotta say that these mounts that they use to get those trailers on the tractors, they are pretty strong, as we can see. Yeah, now it's already down, so he probably would have been able to continue with the baler. And they actually leave the baler on the bridge, which is a bit of a surprise to me, to be honest, that they will not go and get that away, because it's gonna be there as a blocker, but they will handle that at later point. But yeah, I mean, and Ehenfeld, they haven't scored the first bale at all. It's still on the baler. They didn't go for the first bale.
It was on that baler, yeah.
Yeah. So
he would have been better off. He would have been better off sitting there, letting that bridge come down and scoring the first bale than what he's done. I know there is a certain amount of panic that sets in at that point. You know, you've got, I'm stuck here. I don't want to be hanging here. I'm wasting time if I do. But that baler sitting on that bridge is just going to keep that bridge going up and down.
Pretty good brakes, I would say. I mean, they're still there in the same place. So even though the bridge is raising, it's not going to go anywhere. So the brakes are very powerful. They didn't do any kind of a sacrifice with the performance of the brakes here. But yeah, it's giving us a huge gap on the points, as we can see, 129 for Astragon, I mean, from the first bale, and Ehenfeld, they just haven't delivered anything, and now we have played already for 3.5 minutes, so it doesn't make much of a sense anymore even to deliver the first bale. I mean, of course it will come eventually, but they have a mountain to climb, to be honest, and it's not very encouraging for them, I would say.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult to come back from this. They're at that disadvantage from having Big versus Unstoppable. They have a 7,000 litre grain disadvantage. They've got 129 points disadvantage. Everything is against them right now, and it would be one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen in the FSL for them to turn around and win this, and I just don't see how they can do it.
Yeah, it will be hard. Meanwhile, I mean, we had some grain being delivered as well by Astragon, and they are back with 60,000, so the grain game seems to be playing on that side as well. Grain multiplier is going to be coming, and bridges raised. I mean, the bridges raised is in a way interesting, because then it would keep that one baler on that bridge forever. I mean, if Astragon would go for it.
Well, that's the thing. The bale numbers, well, Asco just pressed one, but the bale numbers are pretty even. And in fact, that baler is now not recoverable. The way that is stuck on that bridge, that's not recoverable. So leaving it on that bridge has actually made things worse. There's 2 bales sitting in that baler. And Jeppy is waiting until the last second. Astrakan gonna leave that? No, they're not. They're gonna go for that bale multiplier at the last moment. There we go, both teams.
So if the one, I mean, we can see Gepi having another payload already. So maybe they realized already at the earlier point that it's not recoverable or something like that, and decided to leave it because of that reason. I don't know. But yeah, Gepi definitely has another payload, so they are not completely without a payload. But the question is from me to you, Alex, that you said that it's not recoverable. So will it block the usage of the bridge through the remaining of the game as well? So you can't basically get it away at all.
I mean, look at it. You can't get through that bridge. That bridge is completely blocked for Dierka.
And now the belt has been stopped as well, so the big haul in usage. They still have about 3.7k remaining for Ehrenfeld. Astragon at the same time. Yeah. I mean, they still have a lot of grain, so they need to deliver that at some point.
I was going, how is there that much grain difference? And it's because it's a 3.0 to 1, so Dierka are a little bit stuck. But Dierka trying to score points at the 3 times multiplier. They need to.
But it will be hard.
It would be really helpful for them right now. But it's going back the other way, and Toby cannot get on that belt.
Yeah, seems to be difficult. I mean, I have never tried that myself, so I don't really have the insight to say would it work or would it not work. But yeah, he's trying something. Now the belt is slightly moving, and one of the belts is going to be there on the side. Bottom boost. This would be something for Ehrenfeld that actually could help them quite a bit, to be honest.
Yeah.
But the well, let's see. We can see that they are definitely coming for it. So Folwy arriving. So if they will now somehow try to seize the moment, the first bale for sure is not going to go in. That's going to fall down. We do have some nice amount of
wow.
They do have a
50,
first bale coming
there they go.
Time as well. Yeah, the first bale,
their
53
first bale
points.
point was 53.
Yeah, but it's better than nothing. And now they are utilizing the bottom boost, so they're closing the gap. So can they actually somehow make this to work? They do have some bales, 25 seconds. I think those 3 bales actually can still go in.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely they will go in. I was mixing it up. Yeah, so let's see. I mean, they are close to the gap, and they are pressing the bales at the same time. As we can see, they are leading with the bales by 2. Of course, that's going to change when these bales are delivered. But now we can see Astragon getting some bales. They're exactly tied with 214, and they are exactly tied up with the bales as well. Astragon is pressing some more. So yes, small differences here and there. But in a way, Ehrenfeld, I mean, I'm not going to say that they have kind of like closed the situation, but something has happened here because Astragon hasn't been getting that much points lately. I was expecting that they would utilize the moment and actually do something with it. But definitely for Ehrenfeld, the problem is the very slow belt that they currently have, and that's just 1.5 minutes to go. So and look at that, they do have about 7 bales there. So if you want to get those 7 bales in, you have to put them on the belt pretty much right now, because it was very, very slow, as we saw the previous 3 bales just like going in like a snail.
This is the problem Dierka have at the moment, is that they have this massively slow belt. They need to score these points. They can win this with this multiplier. They can very easily win this if they can get the bales on the belt. But they've got 50 seconds to do it, and Astragon are just going to score points quickly at this point. And Toby just seems to be having an absolute nightmare with this stacking. I mean, I don't know why those bales went in the bottom. Get bales on the belt. Score those points at your 2.3 multiplier, because that's what's going to win them it, not sticking a couple of bales in the bottom.
Yeah, well, the time is running out, and Ehrenfeld, they don't have the time, and they don't really have the bale. They stick them all on the first block. Some kind of a combo could fix this, but it's going to be way too late for a combo at this point. They are trying to do something for sure, but this is looking a bit of chaotic, as we can see. They're trying to shove something in, and there we go. The game is going to be ending, and Astragon will claim the victory from the second game of the series, and again forcing the series to go all the way to the third game. So, and they will win it by more than 100 points in the end.
The disadvantage Astragon had on the multiplayer again was due to the grain multiplier, and the grain multiplier, them not taking full advantage of it, which is amazing. I'm actually slightly surprised that they didn't take full advantage of it, as that was an unforced error for them. It wasn't something where Dirk forced them into it. So that's a little bit surprising. However, Dirk not able to score bales, not able to get the bales into the top, and that cost them the match. They had everything going for them as far as their multiplier and everything, but they just seemed to want to get the bales into the bottom and not try and score points on that slow belt.
True. Well, we go for the third game, so I'm not complaining at all. But yeah, we saw some mistakes definitely there from the Ehrenfeld side, what we saw happening at the bridge. And I would say that it is, of course, arguable always, but I would say that somewhere on the middle game, Astragon was also probably doing something, because we didn't see them scoring the points, and how in the end we saw the gap closing. There was a moment when both teams actually had a tied score. It seemed too easy for me. I mean, I don't know what happened there, but I was expecting that Astragon would have done something meanwhile as well. But anyway, Astragon won it, so everything is fine. But it just seemed too easy for Ehrenfeld on the middle parts of the game to close the gap.
Yeah, it was. I think the change came when that bottom boost came in, and Dirk Ehrenfeld scored a load of points, and that evened things up at that point. And then Astragon just loaded bales onto their belt, was scoring constantly at the 1.7. And because they had that fast belt, they were able to score them quickly. And at that point, Dirk just seemed to stop putting bales on their belt. If they, with a minute and a half to go, if they'd stacked a load of those bales on their belt with that multiplier advantage they'd had, they would have kept up even with the much slower belt and could have shoved a load of bales in at the bottom. They had a massive number of bales still around the bottom of their hay barn at the end of that, and seemed to decide very late on to try and score points, which, yeah, is a very big unforced error.
And now the last game of the series, as we can see, this should be the same perks again, reversed, as we had the bottleneck versus bottleneck, and then big hole versus unstoppable. But it should be the other way around if they will decide not to play with the herbicide, as we are of course expecting. So interesting, but it's good to start the day with this close series, and of course eager to see. In a way, hoping that we don't see that many errors, that not something major which is going to be deciding the game for the other team at the early stage already.
So John Deere 8 are banned by Astragon. Both telehandlers banned by Dirk Ehrenfeld. And the case Magnum, so another big tractor, banned by Astragon.
Okay. Okay, herbicide on the Astragon side. So, and they will actually stick with it. So they will not go for the big haul at all. So they will go with the herbicide. So finally, we do have a bit of a spice going on. So herbicide versus unstoppable. Which one is the one that you would like to play, Alex?
I think Unstoppable is a really, really powerful perk. I'm actually surprised that Dirk have more points available to them going into this final round than Astragon do. Unstoppable's points purchase just seems to be a little bit low for as powerful as it is.
Yeah, so there we go. Nothing that special. We're going to be heading towards the game once again, and we'll start the Let's see. I mean, I really hope that we spoke about the incident at the bridge, but it's also good to remember that there was a problem for Ehenfeld straight from the start. They hit 2 players at the gates and they need to start pressing the first player very, very far away. So let's pay attention to that nothing like that is going to happen for the time being. And everybody's at least for now, it seems to be getting out of the gates, and Gepi's going to be heading towards that Baylor, and nobody's going to be challenging him. So he seems to be getting it as well. We do have a bit of a challenge here from Klaas, which is going to be won by Astragon. Act is going to be taken away. Major Melon is going to be claiming the Baylor at the same time. So I would say that, I don't know, maybe Astragon has a slight advantage here because the John Deere is going to be, as we can see, a little bit further away. Gepi did got the Baylor, and he's still playing around, as we can see. Astragon, I don't know what's going on with Gepi. He's just waiting for Toby, so he wants to go straight after him. He's waiting for him, yeah. And meanwhile, we can see Astragon being like 20 meters ahead on the fields, which is, of course, usually indicating that they will have a better chance of the first fail, unless there is some kind of a problem with the delivery of it. So, and now we can see Major Melon already getting away. And this is, it's not going to be the greatest, but it's not going to be the worst either. Definitely less than 140, but it still could be more than 130. So somewhere on that range, I would imagine that this can be. And then, of course, we want to see what's going to happen with the Ehenfeld. Is he going to toss that? Seems to be a reverse bail for me. And yeah, it's going to be less than 130, 129. Yeah. Oh, 130 actually, exactly. So it is in that ballpark. And Gepi this time got to be very careful with the bridge. Doesn't want to cause any kind of an extra tension there. And he's going to be trying to swing that in. And it's going to be 119. So the difference is going to be 11 points.
So just over a bail into the bottom. And yeah, Mathieu Bell top. Silo close and direct delivery. I would possibly expect teams to go for direct delivery. A 1.5 times multiplier on the direct delivery actually isn't bad, and save some time later on. I don't know if either team will go for it though.
Yeah, let's see. And of course, I mean, Astragon having the herbicide just came to my mind when I see these spots on the field on the Astragon side at the same time. That, sorry, on the Ehenfeld side. That okay? But yeah, these fields, they are pretty nice and clean. For Astragon, they don't have to worry about the anything extra there. And the 7.5 minutes coming, because they actually early delivering from Ehenfeld, so they're actually delivering some grain. They have done that already for some time ago, and now they are delivering more. So they're actually getting 2.5 multiplier, I think, depending whether they're going to end
they've gone
2.5. Yeah.
They went for the direct delivery, so they have delivered a bit of their grain at this point. At that 1.5 multiplier.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, we saw this on the previous tournament as well. They didn't realize that they actually picked that up, but yeah, that's a good correction from you, Alex. Thank you. As my eyes clearly are not as bright as they could be in the morning. But yeah,
I looked at the speed it was going up, and it just seemed way too slow to be an actual delivery.
Yeah. I know. Well, I agree. Let's put it like that. But now we do have an actual delivery from Astragon's side. So this is going definitely fast. So we can see Gepi jumping away. So I guess he has put some equipment right next to the silo already, because they have been collecting some as well. And now it's going to be 2.2, and both teams are still collecting. We're going to be getting the first set of, well, not the first, but let's say the middle set of drops in about 45 seconds. And then we'll see. But the grain game is pretty much the same for the time being. Of course, Astragon has a slight advantage. And they are just like a 1,000 behind Ehenfeld on the grain collection, which would mean that, yeah, to me this seems that the multipliers might be pretty even actually when everything has been done. But let's wait and see 25 seconds when we'll see the drops, and there could be something disruptive or something like that. So then maybe better to come up with this conclusion a little bit later.
So Cafe now bringing in the big class combine so that they can start emptying that out. And I think I've worked out why teams go and empty at the earlier stage. And it's so that when they bring those combines in there, they can immediately start emptying them into Crazy Tool and Speed Limit. Now, this is a time when Crazy Tool actually is quite a useful perk to grab. Both teams are kind of nowhere near picking these up, though.
Yeah, let's wait and see. I mean, doesn't make much of a sense. Maybe speed limit is something we have seen picked in the past in the situations like this, and then if other one goes for it, then both teams will actually go for it. But Crazy Tools, surprisingly, speed limit is going to be picked up by Ihenfeld, and at the same time we have Astragon going for the Crazy Tool. So this is interesting. And the thing that we have said is that quite rarely we actually see that teams find the way of utilizing the Crazy Tool. So what I would really love to see is what is currently happening at the Astragon side, how they are actually using it right now as we speak. So do we have a bailer? I guess we do. 12 bales.
I'm just looking at the bail count for Astragon go up.
yeah, that is definitely something. As you know, that's where you can see the difference. And meanwhile, they have 14 bales for them, so they maybe got some couple extra bales, maybe pressed with the Crazy Tool. So maybe the timing was good for them. As we have 4 minutes, we do have some deliveries as well coming up, so we can see Astragon tying up the multiplier 2.0. And now, when we look at the remaining amount of grain, so it's an even multiplier, and there's about 10,000 more for ENFL, so that could be a thing.
Interestingly, looking at that. Elite has got himself on his side, but there were 8 bales pressed with the Crazy Tool in that short period of time. So yeah, they made good use of it, did Astragon, and they've got a good advantage on points. I think they're going to end up at a 2.1 or even a 2.2 multiplier disadvantage. And that doesn't even give them the same speed of belt as Stierka has.
Yeah, it's a complicated situation because I mean, yeah, it was Ihenfeld collecting more grain, and but now Astragon is leading with the points. They did some deliveries. We have Lord Baylor here as a super drop. So I would say that yes, there is a bit of a difference on the multiplier, but also a difference on the points and the bales. So this is still completely wide open, I would say, as the final 2.5 minutes are starting up. Ihenfeld getting some bales finally in, and they will start closing that gap. So Toby is going to be operating the belt. We'll go with a single bale at a time, but that's not really a problem for the time being because the belt is pretty fast, so he's not going to be wasting that much time operating the belt that way. Meanwhile, we can see a whole lot slower. I mean, okay, it's like a 1 notch, but still, as you can see the difference clearly with your eyes, that is definitely a slower belt.
And Caffey can't afford to have bales dropping off the side like that. That is going to cause big problems with their belt speed if they do that.
Yeah, meanwhile, as we can see, Ihenfeld, I like what I see. I mean, they are putting the bales in, they are closing the gap. Of course, Astragon is doing the work as well. But there's no chaos on the ENFL side currently, and meanwhile, as they are putting the bales on the belt, we can also see that they are pressing some new ones. Okay, now there have been a couple of bales have been disappearing, but we saw that there was some coming in as well. So and when you take all the bales, let's imagine that all the bales would be delivered, then of course Astragon should be winning this slightly still. But Ihenfeld has been doing a good job. So it can once again come down to a one single mistake, more or less, and that can shift the whole situation in the other direction.
And that's Dirka going into the lead at this point. And this is the thing, Astragon do not have the bales at the barn. That's their biggest problem at the moment. Dirka can score quicker and they have bales there. Astragon are playing catch up a little bit. Now Astragon are very much playing catch up now. And Dirka scoring 4 points extra for every bale. The more bales that Dirka scored, the further their lead gets.
True. Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, 35 seconds to go. The bale difference now is even. So when you look at the scores now, so let's imagine that all the bales will be delivered. Ihenfeld should be a winner if all the bales will go on the second floor. because the Elite Cup is still trying to go and climb. I think he's going to be succeeding on it as well, so all the belts will go in. But yeah, 3 belts remaining, so
And it's
they
put
are slightly
Astragon
actually
in the
leading.
lead.
But Ehenfeld is kind of but
But
Ehenfeld
not
is going to
again.
be coming back with their deliveries. They still have one more on the belt as well, and now I think we are reaching to a point that there's nothing which Astragon can do anymore. So Ehenfeld will claim the 3rd game of the series, and they still have a couple more belts, and it doesn't matter at all because they won it already. So Ehenfeld will actually take the series and will drop Astragon to the lower bracket straight on the first game.
Good game there from Dirk. Played really well. Scored 13,000 more liters of grain with the multipliers, and yeah, that multiplier won it for them. 4 less bales delivered. Means that that multiplier has made a big difference to them. Well played, Dirk, in that game, taking full advantage.
Yeah, true. I mean, I'm not going to say that I had any favorites when we came to this series, but of course, let's say that I had more expectations for Astragon, as we have seen them to play more. Team got some results as well, but then I also said it at DJK, they have been playing on the past, we just haven't seen them for a while. So I'm happy to see that they actually have, found the same level of performance as we saw them last time playing, and of course, like beating an Astragon is always a, nice thing to have under your belt.
Yeah, and I think they really want to get themselves on the overall standings. Seems that they're playing really well, so I think we'll see them added to the overall standings board by the end of this weekend. I think they have I think they have the skills to go fairly far in this tournament.
Yeah, let's wait and see. I mean, of course, I'd love to have a break. We're back to. And welcome back. We had a short break, which came a bit suddenly, but we still managed to do it. And of course, breaks are always nice, but it caught us a little bit. But anyways, we had the second game that is done, and now we have our third game, of course, coming. We're going to be having a look on the replays. And if I saw correctly, we do have the next game, My Insanity versus Trelleborg Tires. So that should be the next game, at least based on the graphics that I saw. But of course, we'll still have the replays from the previous game before that. And yeah, DJK, Ehenfeld, they did manage to claim their spot on the second round of the upper bracket. So we do have now two teams who have actually stopped or dropped on the lower bracket.
Yeah, I'm just looking over the whole tournament bracket. And for our next game being My Insanity versus Trelleborg, that means Trelleborg beat Helm in their match earlier today. So Helm are in the losers bracket after their first game. That is a precarious place for the overall leaders of season 5 to be. So yeah, that's a bit of an upset.
Yeah, we do have some other results as well. So yeah, we had the My Insanity playing versus LDA, which is shorting from what? I have to find that. We have these codes.
Luda.
Okay. So My Insanity won that game, and just like Alex said, Trelleborg actually won Helm as well. Power Team Sports also won their game on the first round, and New Holland as well. And then we had Just the Tractor winning their first game as well. We got to come back to this later. Hopefully we'll get some kind of an idea. But we're going to be having a replays from the previous game. And we should have a couple of issues here. We didn't see the incident. Well, maybe we'll see that later. What happened actually on the gates when they were leaving, as we had two players from DJK actually having a problem. This is going to be the one where Gippy actually got stuck on the bridge. So it's going to be racing, I think. No, it wasn't right there. It was just something else. And Toby, Folby, nothing that special actually here at all. And then this is the one where they got stuck. Yeah, we can see Folby and Toby both crashing on the gates. And that's how they got a really, really bad start for the whole game. And this is where we're going to be measuring the strength of the mount, where we saw the whole payload getting stuck on the bridge.
And yeah, this is where they had that bottom boost, and they got bales on the top there. And then after they put those bales up there, they just stopped scoring them, which was so odd. Caffey, managing to rock that tractor after trying to take that short route back. But all in all, Dirk had two very good games in that match, and just one where it all went completely wrong for them. So they did well to pull it back in the last game and get through to the next round on the winners bracket.
Yeah, and on the winners bracket, let's see if we have any idea. Yeah, it's going to be DJK actually facing New Holland later. That's not going to be shown on the stream, but that's what's going to happen at some point. So just to let you know that, yeah, getting to the second round is great. But then, of course, I mean, we know New Holland currently holding the tied second place on the second points. It's not going to be that easy for them. But of course, we're going to be focusing on something completely else. So My Insanity versus Trelleborg Tires. And from My Insanity, they're holding the 5th place. We have seen them to win one tournament of the season and 1 second place. So the results have been mixed. They haven't been playing in all the events. So I'm actually very curious to see how this is going to play down. As you know, My Insanity, sometimes they are showing, you know, everything, and then sometimes they're not showing up at all. I mean, so I do have a question mark from this one, but Trelleborg Tires, after beating Helm, they're going to be on fire.
Yeah, and that is a big surprise. I know that Helm were the players from Helm were playing in a sort of a friendly tournament between the teams last weekend, and didn't do that well in that. For Trelleborg to have have beaten them and sent Helm this early into the losers bracket, that is going to put Helm at a big disadvantage for the rest of the day. And of course, they are just one more match away from being knocked out.
True. Well, that will be interesting to see how it's going to play down in the end. I mean, the lower bracket is always quite hectic, and this is the upper bracket game still, so nobody will be dropping out of the tournament. But after this one, I think we do have 3 matches from the lower bracket, if I don't remember completely wrong. So we do have some eliminations coming up as well.
And we got a choice of the JCB on My Insanity. We started seeing the JCB used more and more at Llama, actually, last time. It started coming up more, and I still think it's an absolutely amazing. I think it's an underrated tractor in the FSL. It's got power, it's got maneuverability, and it's got a front loader. It is a perfect tractor for getting bales pressed and back to the hay barn quickly. And My Insanity at Llama were using it to great effect, so it seems that they are continuing its use here.
Okay, so we do have a challenge here, and no, yep, I'm trying to reverse that in.
Overshooting.
Hayden will be there. Yeah, Trelleborg is going to claim that one. We can see PP 400 going for something else, actually. Case. No,
he's heading for the New Holland.
Yeah, he's going to go further away. I wasn't sure like what's going to be the plan here. But yeah, I guess he had the runner perk, so he can actually do it. We can see meanwhile the Trelleborg tie is going to start building the first bale. So we can see Loiko and Hayden, who actually won the battle as we saw. At the same time, My Insanity heading to the field. PB with that New Holland ER 1090, and then followed by Jan. And with the class bailer it seems. So the class bailer is something that we don't see that often. When it comes to the first bales, it is a bit big and clunky, I guess. Maybe Alex knows better the technical specifications for it. And yeah, Hayden's going to be coming. It's going to be less than 140, so 133 maybe would be possible. Yeah, that is exactly the one. And 132 for Jan, so it's going to be very close. So 1 point of a difference only.
Yeah, these early stages, it looks very much like Trelleborg are in with a little bit more of an advantage. They forced My Insanity to travel further for their initial equipment. They managed to get the Massey Ferguson baler, which is the baler that teams want. And they managed to get 2 of the class combines as well, which means they have a slight advantage in the grain game. Certainly at this stage, it looks like Trelleborg have come out very strongly. And they're really tight as well. I mean, coming up right behind the combine there to pick up the overloader, and then immediately be out there and filling it. There is not a wasted second in Trelleborg's gameplay here. This is absolutely fantastic play from them.
So they have been optimizing, I would say, the gameplay. Look at this. I mean, yeah, they have some very nice tight patterns here, as we can see Hayden just changing from side to side. So they're just being very efficient, as we can see, as Alex pointed out, very efficient working. And then we'll just have to wait and see what is this going to bring in later in the game. The grain, they have collected 10,000 more already, Trelleborg tires, and sometimes we see these differences building up to the fact that the other team has passed a better first bale. And then in a way getting the time more to collect the grain, for example, and maybe pressing bales as well. But this is not the case because the first bales are so even. So it's something else. Hayden already moving towards the silo. I'm gonna start building that setup so we don't have the big holes or anything like that in the play. So it's just gonna be just the usual grain delivery patterns, of course. We'll see if there's gonna be something coming up from the drops, and the drops are 1 minute 20 seconds away.
She's coming in. I don't think either team will do a grain drop now. Watch as My Insanity could be wrong, but yeah, both these teams. Neither of these teams tends to drop grain at this point. There's the whole thing that if you drop grain right now, there's a possibility Grain Multiplier turns up as one of the next drops, and then you just put yourself at a huge disadvantage. So yeah, neither team's dropping Grain right now. Both teams starting to press bales. Mind Sanity have a bale on the field. Hayden has now pressed the second bale for Trelleborg. So both teams getting stuck into it. And yeah, 10,000 litre grain advantage for Trelleborg at the moment. That is a huge problem for Mind Sanity. How they respond to that is going to be.
And it's not just about the 10,000 more, but it's still like almost 73,000. So there's a lot of grain, but also Mind Sanity is going to be collecting quite a bit. We have the drops coming in a matter of seconds, and we'll see them right now. Speed limit, which is raised, so not going to be the end of the world. We get the Jan going for the speed limit, so that's going to be picked by Mind Sanity, and I guess that's going to be the same for Trelleborg, maybe. I'm not going to be expecting anything, to be honest, at this point. Hayden will make the delivery. So he's going to be getting some bales next to the belt. And they're actually starting to unload at the same time the grain. So that's going to mean that they will try to score some bales with a good multiplier. So we'll see how that's going to work. But yeah, they do have a chance for it. Hayden's going to be leaving these, kind of starting his journey. So we'll not try to do any kind of a delivery yet.
And the grain difference actually ended up being about 4,000 litres. So not quite as big as originally expected. And I think part of that is due to the fact that Trelleborg got a better start than Mind Sanity did. So Mind Sanity were out there slightly longer harvesting than Trelleborg were, and sort of evened up things in the bales. And in fact, in the grain. And you can see now with both teams at a 2.0 multiplier, the difference is actually only 3,200 litres, roughly. So not a massive difference. This is going to end up as a 2.0 to 2.0 once both teams have finished their grain delivery.
Well, there we go. More bales are being delivered on next to the belt on the Trelleborg tire side of things. So these are coming up. But yeah, so they're kind of like building the setup for the efficient delivery later all the way to the barn. We do have some unloading going on the both sides actually as we speak. So soon we're gonna be figuring out how the multiplier is gonna be ending up. It's gonna be pretty even, but as there hasn't been any real disruption, so maybe a slight advantage on the Trelleborg tire side. But yeah, nothing that huge. 2.2, 2.1 maybe. Let's see, we're gonna finish that up. It's gonna be 2.1. Yeah, slight advantage. The belt speed is going to be better for Mind Sanity, so that's going to be maybe a factor at the end game, but I'm not really worried about that because the Trelleborg tires belt is still within the reasonable speed. The bales are being pressed, it's about the same as well. Mind Sanity made some of the, delivered couple bales, so they have been getting some points, but also Trelleborg tires is getting some multiplier switch. It's pretty far away. It's that small of a difference, so and only 16 seconds. So honestly, I don't think that Mind Sanity should be going for it, as it's only a couple of points per bale and so short time. So it doesn't make much of a sense, to be honest. And Trelleborg tires, meanwhile, they are starting to build something here, which is putting the bales on the belt and finally getting some points scored.
They do need to get those points scored. The more they score now, the more advantage they have. Every bale they deliver will score 2 more points than every bale Mind Sanity delivers. So they will be able to slowly destroy the advantage. In fact, there's not a huge advantage that Mind Sanity has at the moment. So in fact, it has completely disappeared. Although there are 6 extra bales for Mind Sanity at the moment, if they can score all of those bales. But look at that point, that score lead that Trelleborg has already pulled out here.
Yeah, they are doing a great job with the deliveries. We can see Mind Sanity having a lot of bales. I mean, 16 bales and, 145 remaining. So, of course, at this point, always the question comes in that do you have the time to deliver all of them? But they do have the advantage of the faster belt, so that's going to be helping out for sure. So, interesting first series. gonna be a close one. That's what I'm expecting and kind of hoping as well. As the Mind Sanity is not really doing any mistakes. PB 400, you know, not having any issues, not making any mistakes. We have seen at some point in the past, I remember that sometimes he's usually pretty efficient, but sometimes does some mistakes, but not that often. But we have seen them to happen as well. So all I can say is that it will be close. But Trelleborg Tires, as you said, Alex, might have a slight advantage here.
Yeah, they've now pulled out a sizable lead. In fact, there's only 3 bales difference, but there are 30 odd points difference between the two teams. So while Mind Sanity, if they score every bale in the top, can close this gap up, they're running out of time to do it, and they've got these bales in.
Yeah, that's the thing, that they have to get them in. Still 25 seconds to go. I think a couple of bales for Trelleborg side they can still get in. That one is a little bit loose, but it might be settling down on the belt. Yes, it will settle down on the belt. So 15 seconds to go because the Jan trying
Jan
to come
is
up.
gonna
One
try
bale on the side is a little bit complicated. This is going to be a crucial moment. The JCP is not going to be able to climb all the way. Peep is going to be coming to help a little bit, trying to assist. He's going to pull him up. Oh, he's going to fall down. He's not going to be able to make it. And it seems that Trelleborg Tires will take the series. Some drama all the way. And yeah, that's about it. So, I don't know. Close one.
Close one. Good first game there for Trelleborg. Delivered one less bale compared to my Insanity, but it's that multiplier, that extra 6,000 liters at the end of the day, delivered with multipliers. That gave them that 2.1 advantage, allowed them to score 2 more points for every bale and just let them pull out that lead. Absolutely fantastic, tight gameplay there from Trelleborg. They seem to have really taken the success that they had at Lama, that allowed them to jump up the scoreboard, and are using it as good momentum for them going forwards.
True. Yeah, interesting first game. But yeah, I mean, we were wondering about Trelleborg and Helm result, that they beat Helm on the first round, which we didn't see on the stream. So I guess this kind of proves that they are very efficient. I really much like what I saw from My Insanity as well. Yes, there was some last-minute drama, and they didn't get the bales delivered, but they're still, I mean, they were keeping the game very close, and this kind of like tells us that the My Insanity is pretty much spot on as well with their current performance. So eager to see. I mean, of course, the remaining games from this series, but also how, let's say, the following matches later in the tournament is going to be played out.
I think that's the interesting thing, is that My Insanity did not play a bad game. That they weren't making lots of mistakes. They weren't having a huge amount of problems. But Trelleborg were just playing a really tight, really efficient, really well managed game, and as a result, they were just able to play My Insanity, who were playing well. That's the thing. They were beating My Insanity to the initial podiums. So Trelleborg were getting the equipment they want and forcing My Insanity to go for other stuff. They were able to get a little bit more grain, putting My Insanity at a disadvantage. And then they were really efficient in stacking their bales on their conveyor. It was just brilliant gameplay from Trelleborg. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more of that from them.
Yeah, it will be. The second game is, of course, going to be, deciding are we going to go for the third game or not. That's pretty self-explaining. But yeah, I mean, I do have some. I mean, it's very hard to predict. If My Insanity get the game together, let's do those. I mean, there was last-minute mistake, maybe, in a way, which was the only thing that we were able to see. So just saying that it will be a close one, it can go any way for either of the teams, so that both teams have the capability of winning it. And of course, we'll see the perks in a matter of seconds, what's going to be chosen, and so on. So that will definitely set up the tone for the game.
Yeah, it's the team perk here. I think will be crucial. We've seen Unstoppable against Be Cool not be quite so effective today. So, even if that goes against Trelleborg, even if Trelleborg go for the Unstoppable versus a Be Cool from Mind Sanity, that's not a guaranteed win, I don't think.
Yeah, not a guaranteed win, definitely. A Big Hole versus Unstoppable.
Unstoppable!
This we have seen. So Trelleborg, they kind of, they won the first one, and we have spoken about how the Unstoppable is, in a way, I'm not gonna say superior, but we have seen good results with Unstoppable versus Big Hole. So I guess it's a clear signal that Trelleborg, they want to close this on 2-0.
Yeah, I think that's what Trelleborg are going for here. It does make it interesting that Mind Sanity have gone for the Big Hall, knowing Unstoppable was coming. I am slightly surprised that we're seeing teams pick Big Hall when Unstoppable is still available to their opponents.
Yeah, but 10 minutes, then we have the answer. What's going to happen on this one? So we don't have to guess that much. Luckily, we do have this thing called television or monitor and the video signal, so we can just follow and see. So we don't have to guess. But yeah, we can see that the clock is going to be starting to run out. We can see
race for the.
He's going to go. He's going to go for it. Because it's Jan getting a class bailer at the same time. Heider's going to be getting the. Something which we haven't seen for a while to be used, but I guess that's going to be fine as well. And
Trelleborg have both class combines.
Yeah, I guess the spawn locations were a bit difficult for Mind Sanity at least. They're pretty far away, and for Trelleborg, yeah, they're about the same distance. And now we can see Hayden already having that first bail, so he's going to go for it. And it's a rather long distance, as we can see, so it's not going to be the greatest, but it's I think it's going to be somewhere at the same ballpark as what we saw on the first game. It can be actually better, like not going to be 140, but 137, 8, maybe 138. Yeah, that's okay. He's going to reverse that in 137. Yeah, for Trelleborg, and 135. So the gap is just 2 points. So it's a reasonable start.
Yeah, that's a decent first bail from both teams, considering how far both had to go to get that first bail in. That's not a bad start for either team.
Yeah, not bad at all. Crazy tool speed limit, and the bridge is gonna be lowering, raising up at the same time as we speak. Let's see. We can see. Yeah, where did he came from? Out of nowhere. He was just. He was hiding somewhere. He came like from the inside of the field or something, like a very sneaky play, almost like a ghost. But yeah, he went for the speed limit, and of course we can see both teams actually going for it. So it is even, and so nothing that drastic is going to happen out of it. We can see a bit of a slow motion here as we can see that they are not so fast currently with their operations. But the grain is being collected. Once again, Trelleborg tries to get a very nice start to collect the grain. They're not like 10k ahead as they were on the previous game, but they're about 4k ahead. And we'll see if that's going to be a thing. And of course, now as Mind Sanity also playing with a Big Hall, so we will have some differences on the strategy for sure. So it's not going to be just keep following each other's and kind of like trying to utilize the opportunities that will arise through the game.
I think the difference between this game and the last game is that both teams started harvesting at about the same time this game, whereas previous game there was a definite advantage with the start time for Trelleborg. They got a much quicker start. So this is why we're only seeing about a 4,000 to 6,000 litre difference in grain this time compared to the previous one. That's still pretty amazing, though, that Trelleborg, just by having those two combines, have that advantage. Oh, My Insanity playing an absolutely cracking game there. So they haven't stopped their belt. They haven't given control of whether they can score in their barn to Trelleborg at all. And that is the first time I've seen a team properly do that.
Okay, 60,000 for Trelleborg, I mean grain, so they have continued. My Insanity hasn't been that busy. I mean, of course, they have the big haul, so it's going to be a little bit different kind of an operation, how they collect the grain as well. But yeah, as we can see, it's just sitting there for the time being. They're going to be starting to press some bales, as we do have the first drops coming in. So Jan is going to go with the baler. A couple of 15 seconds, then we'll see what's going to be at the drops. Do we have anything disruptive or anything? And Trelleborg, they will just go on. They will stop at 68 though now when it comes to the grain, and we did have a delivery also from the My Insanity side actually, which explains the gap. Which I don't know, did I miss it or did I just address it? But yeah, that explains why there is less bale multiplier, grain multiplier, the grain multiplier. Now the early drop from the My Insanity side might be backfiring a little bit, but it is still doable. But definitely, this is a good news especially for Trelleborg, because they haven't delivered any.
That's a tough one, because we have Unstoppable on the field. Grain multiplier can be really, really tough for the team with Big Haul, because they're just going to deliver so much grain so quickly with grain multiplier that it's just going to stop their belt. The bale multiplier, though, what are the teams going to go for? I think they're both going to go, grain multiplier on both. But
there was definitely some Michael Jackson moves happening around the drops as we saw. They were just slowing down, almost like a dancing. I mean, the other one even had a jacket and a hat, almost like in a moonwalker. So it is what it is. But yeah, and we can see immediately they're going to start pouring down the grain Trelleborg tires, unloading as much as they can, and they will stop almost their own build, but not complete. At least they will leave it on 3.0. And now they're waiting for what My Insanity is actually doing. They do have the big cost delivery will be a whole lot faster. And in a way, Trelleborg tires, they have opened the way. Yeah, there we go.
Wow!
My Insanity can do the delivery in general, and it's just coming down very fast. They will stop their own belt at the same time as well, which is very unfortunate. So 3.0 for them. And they cannot put it all down. Now it's going to be down to Trelleborg tires to utilize the remaining amount of the grain multiplier during the next 35 seconds. And it's going to be any second now when they will for sure start doing it, because otherwise they will not be able to utilize the multiplier all the way down. PB meanwhile climbing, and I'm really waiting to see when the multiplier will start.
Wow, look at that! What a huge score from My Insanity, taking advantage of the multiplier they had.
That is true.
All of the grain is delivered for My Insanity, and this is going to be the telling moment. Yeah, they haven't quite got enough to send it to a 2.1. So even multipliers, and My Insanity scored 3 bales at 29 points. That is fantastic play from them, taking big advantage. Lord Baylor grabbed by Trelleborg, so they've scored 2 bales instantly. And yeah.
I mean, you can see the point difference is there. So getting those 90 points in with the 3.0 multiplier, that was definitely, in a way, a game changer. Well, not a game changer, but, a very important moment in the game. And Trelleborg, they have been now scoring some bales, so they are coming back. They are having a whole lot faster belt, which I think is a very important factor when we have this reduced amount of game time, that the belt speed actually plays a whole lot bigger role, because you don't have the time anymore to hang around the belt and wait for the bales to get in. You actually have to be efficient, and the faster belt you have, then of course it's going to be easier. So in a way, I think that the Trelleborg tires, they have a slight advantage. And also, if you look at it right now, there was a 5-point difference on Trelleborg tires. They were in the lead, meaning with the even multipliers, Mines, and in a way, they do need one more bale more.
But they have them. They have the extra bales. It's whether Mindsanity can score it with their slower belt. They need to get these bales on there. They need to score all these bales in the top. They've got the time to get the bales on there, but it's they've got to get them there in order to win this.
Yeah, of course. And at the same time, Trelleborg is also pressing a couple more bales. Of course, we have entered the last minute, so it will be tense. And for sure, Mines, they cannot have same kind of a mistake which they did on the last game, that they kind of like fail with the final bales, don't get on the belt, because if PB trying to go, well, where did that one bale actually go? But the he's gonna be getting them on the belt, not gonna be much of a problem. And the score situation is still pretty even, but the 30 seconds to go. So for sure, I don't think that you can put 11 bales anymore on the second floor, because Loiko getting a couple of them, the faster belt is going to be doing the job. That's going to be completely fine. That's going to be 40 points right there. And they do have some more remaining. Hannes going to be trying to swing something in. PB with the final tries. And I don't think that they do have the time. This is the crucial moment for PB. He needs to get in there, and he needs some help. He's going to be getting all the way. He cannot fall down. He needs to go.
Oh,
7,
God, this is going to be so close.
5, 4, 3. It's almost like a new year.
They're going to take it.
Yeah, he will get all of them in. It's going to be in the end. Mindsanity doing the task they didn't do on the first game, and they will win the round. It was close, but in the end, they did manage to win it with a fairly big difference.
PB pulling it out at the end, getting those last 4 bales in with 2 seconds to spare, and winning it for Mindsanity. Fantastic play by him. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it was definitely well done. I mean, for a while, I thought that Trelleborg actually has the upper hand there. But in the end, Mindsanity did pull that through, and they were able to get the gap closed. And of course, those final bales, I mean, beautiful job with them getting so many bales on the second floor, because I mean, there was 5 bales. I think he put 2 first, and then he came with 3 of them with a tractor. So that's more or less like 100 points right there. So without that move, without those 3 bales actually on the fork, they would have not been able to win it.
Yeah, they only delivered one more bale than Trelleborg did. And and 5 of them came in that last 2 seconds, which is that's incredible. Really great play. And that evens it up to a game each. So this is our 3rd match of the day that we've had on stream that's going to 3 games. This is we haven't had this for a while. We haven't had so many best of 3s go to 3 games in the FSL all season, I don't think.
Yeah, it is nice to see. And of course, I mean, good series, close matches, can't really complain. So it's really good to see that the teams are equal. It also proves that the seeding system in a way works, what we are using in the tournament, so that the teams will find equal opponents right from the start. So that is, of course, very, very nice to see. And when it comes down to the perks, we have the same situation. So we should have Big Hole versus Unstoppable once again, but it's going to be reversed. So we are expecting to have a Big Hole on the side of Trelleborg, and then the Unstoppable on the side of Mindsanity. So interesting how that's gonna. I mean, of course, we know that. Yeah.
But very much expecting Mindsanity to go with Unstoppable. Whether we see Trelleborg go with Big Hole or with Herbicide will be interesting. But at this point, Mindsanity push their advantage, and go for the unstoppable.
Yeah, full speed. So we are expecting, we know the team perks that we are expecting. Okay, Herbicide was chosen on the last series when we were expecting that we have seen something which we didn't then see. But then other than that, I think that we are not really expecting any kind of surprises here.
I have seen an update on our standings elsewhere. New Holland have gone through against Dierke Enfield and will face Just a Tractor in the quarterfinals tomorrow.
So they were actually able to close a game while we were watching another one.
While Power Team Esports defeated Vultra, and so Vultra have gone down into the losers bracket as well. And Power Team Esports will face the winners of this.
Interesting. So we had a ban on class again, and we have something else there. The yellow
banned by My Insanity. So banned by My Insanity to try and get that little bit of extra disruption while using the unstoppable. Oh, and we got a telehandler.
Yeah, I mean only one of them was banned, and then the class was banned instead of the other telehandler. So that means that we do have a telehandler in the play, and it's going to be Trelleborg Tires who wants to play it. Of course, also PB from the New Holland side, so from My Insanity side, will take it. So both sides are playing it. So maybe it was a bit of a surprise that it was left there, but of course it was a decision by My Insanity to go with it.
That is an interesting choice. I mean, My Insanity's been hit hard by Trelleborg having the class combine for 2 games in a row. So, I think that's why they banned that. But it does leave them at a bit of a disadvantage while they have unstoppable, because it will allow Trelleborg to put their bales higher on the belt with that telehandler. Yeah. Oh, and My Insanity get the second New Holland combine.
Yeah, they will claim it. At the same time, I'm a little bit jealous. I can see that the chat is talking about coffee and pancakes, and really would like to have a coffee. Maybe after this one, I will go and make some coffee.
And you know what? You and me both. I really need a coffee right now.
Yeah. If there just would be some kind of a broadcast service, like a button to order coffee or something like that, I would probably press that right now. But unfortunately, I'm a bit running out of the service staff here in my studio, so it's not a thing that's gonna happen for a while. But yeah, first bills are coming up as we talk about the coffee and waffles. Lajan and Hayden, pretty even once again. It's gonna be getting close. 135-ish or something like that. That's Hayden making a mistake. Actually, doesn't get that in because he 132 coming for the My Insanity side. Trelleborg should be able to 129. So they'll save the situation. So it's 3 points with a difference, not that big of a deal. There was chance for more, and the Baylor, it's not stuck, which is a good thing for a while watching that if it's somehow stuck, because the angle seemed a little bit weird, but now it seems to be okay. So that's how we start up the things, and now we're just gonna follow how it's gonna start building from here.
Bale drop and direct delivery. We might see teams go for either of those. Hayden gone for the direct delivery, so immediately grain going into Trelleborg's silo, and My Insanity now matching it and them doing the same. Both teams, it's going in at 1.5 times multiplier, so that's actually quite useful to both of them right now.
Yeah, it's pretty, yeah, I mean, it looks the same, more or less, for the time being. So this of course, the grain is in my interest here, as we have the big call in the play. So I want to see how this can be played by Trelleborg Tires. And here, Hawk and Hayden doing the job so far, all good. I guess the key here is how much grain my Insanity in the end will end up collecting? And will there be any kind of like a middle, deliveries, for example, from the trailer box side, to just drop something fastly in and then collect more to be able to, in a way, match the amount that my Insanity might be collecting? We'll see. Hard to tell.
Hilden, is that the same button on the Trustmaster Farm Stick as well? In order for me to order coffee, I do have my farm stick set up. I just I wonder if it's the same button.
Yeah, I have a lot of buttons. That's not a problem, but they need to be connected somewhere. So I don't think that the service is there on the other side of the button. So unfortunately, that would be way too handy. Maybe I should get a coffee machine right next to the desk, and that would be fine.
Oh yeah, that'd be useful. Although I'd then drink way too much coffee. More coffee that's good for me. We are in the stage where both teams are just sort of consolidating their positions here. We've got 3 bales pressed for Trelleborg so far, while no bales yet pressed for my Insanity. And it's fairly even on the grain situation as well at the moment. So yeah, not much between these teams at the moment beyond those bales.
Yeah. Well, just 15 seconds and then we see the drops. What's going to happen with it? The bales are started to be pressed as well. The drops are coming in. And the Hydron is actually at least very nearby already. A couple of the bales are coming in. And yeah, silo closed.
Ooh,
so
crazy tool.
So there we go. And it's actually a rather long period. It's 105 seconds as well. So it's not like 80, 90 seconds. It's like a 15 seconds more than what we quite often see. So that's gonna be a reasonable amount of time. Trelleborg Tires gotta pick that up immediately, meaning that they can still do the deliveries, but my Insanity cannot. So if Trelleborg wants to, clear something out from that big hole, that is something. But in a way, picking that up, they will also block their own chances to deliver the grain from the big hole for a while. As they can do it. But what I'm just trying to say, okay, now it's gonna be okay taken by my Insanity as well, because I was wondering that they could have taken a slight advantage on the multiplier though, which they didn't, which is maybe something that I was expecting that they would try to take the advantage at this point and maybe score some points as well.
I think at this point Trelleborg need to score some points with some bales. They've got a good advantage on the bales. The multiplier is 2.0 to 2.0. They have a slightly slower conveyor, and they have less grain, so it would be very wise at this point, I think, Trelleborg to score some points. They don't seem that interested in doing it. They haven't got anybody down by their barn. So yeah. Oh, that was a close one.
Yeah, and then the bridge is going to be racing as well at the same time. And we can see Mindset now starting to pour the grain, so the silo close from the Trelleborg side has gone off. On the other hand, Trelleborg still needs to wait for a decent amount of time, 20-something seconds, so that's going to take a while. And now because Itaki is going to go, and okay, let's kick this beast off. Let's start doing something with it. PB is going to go for the belt, so yeah, this tension is definitely building up here for the final minutes of the game. 6 cents, yeah, we had the super drop coming in about 45 seconds. Talk is waiting, he's ready to do the delivery, as we can see. Yeah, and now it's gonna be time so he can finally start doing something about it. My Insanity is in a way holding this a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, they are able to do everything, so they don't have to wait for it, but the belt is gonna be stopped from their side, and there will be a time when My Insanity wants to do something. It's a bit of the same situation that you said earlier on the previous series, that yet maybe they shouldn't have delivered anything anymore at this point, because the
and here we go, Trelleborg toss!
1, 2 is going to go in, I guess. 1 should be going.
Oh wow, one down the bottom.
Yeah, it went to the bottom, so it's not like a complete disaster. They were not able to recover any more of those points. Usually the expectation is that if they don't go in, then you can just still take them on the belt, but this time they actually lost those points. Jan is coming up with the bails as well, so 202 for My Insanity, 246 for Trelleborg Tires. Both teams have been scoring a little, if nothing else. And yeah, this is looking pretty even still, as we can see. And we have the final multipliers, by the way, as well. So 2.1 for My Insanity, so they won the multiplier game without the big haul. So yeah, it worked out pretty nicely.
Yeah, that has worked out really well for My Insanity. Although there is both a bail deficit and a points deficit. So while they can score points a lot quicker than Trelleborg can, they are at a disadvantage elsewhere.
And immediately we can see a lot of help with the keybinds to getting that coffee on the chat, which I do love. But yeah, the Trelleborg Tires, the belt is actually very slow as well. So this is actually not so easy for them. I mean, we can see that the bails are just going so slowly in all the time. Loiko,
not extending the arm on that telehandler.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of time. I'm slightly worried about this one because My Insanity is lacking. They're like behind in the points, but the belt is so much more faster that there will come a time pretty soon, actually, when Trelleborg they can't anymore get those double points, or let's say the points with the multiplier from the second floor of the barn, and that's why I'm expecting that this will be pretty close one all the way in the end. Of course, PB is gonna try to go all the way up. We can see Trelleborg probably trying to do something with the telehandler as well. Who knows? 20 seconds to go. The gap is about 40 points for the time being.
It's not closing.
Loiko collecting here. Now it's going to be 75 to 522. 3 bails remaining for Trelleborg Tires. 10 seconds to go. We can see My Insanity getting 2 more bails on the second
Oh, it's getting
floor,
close.
and that's going to be getting very close. It's going to be just 5
that's
seconds.
so close. And there's
Five
a toss.
points. And they're all of them going to go inside. It's going to be Trelleborg Tires with that single toss in the end. They will save it, the whole situation, and they will make sure that they will get the third game of the series.
Good play there. 25 bails delivered to 20. 2 undelivered bails on My Insanity's part, but that wouldn't have changed it because those 3 bails tossed in at the top at the end made all the difference. Trelleborg are back. The Borg are back.
Yeah, but I mean the gaps of those 3 bails, they were 57 points. And if they wouldn't have tossed them, they would have lost by 5 points. So there was at the same time My Insanity putting 1 bail on the second floor, which kind of like made the difference. But then the throw came in, and then that changed the whole situation again.
Such a close game. Really well played from both teams. Trelleborg just so efficient at the moment. Absolutely brilliant. Loving it.
Yeah, it was a good game. And now we have done 3 games. We still have 3 matches remaining. We're gonna be moving towards the lower bracket as far as I know. So we'll get some information during the break on the animated screen to see what are the next following matches. We're gonna be coming back to that one as well. But yeah, so now we have done the upper bracket matches. And then the following up 3 games will be with the eliminations. But we're going to go for that break, and we'll be right back in about 3 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry. We are 3 matches down. We are heading to the lower bracket now, and I believe we've got Dirk Enfield up next against Lindner. So 2 teams we've already seen play today, it's going to be an interesting match. Both teams played well, but ended up in this lower bracket. So we'll see how they do.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I mean, they both won the first matches, and then of course now they are meeting up on the lower bracket. So that's interesting to see how that's gonna play out in the end. And it's a lower bracket game, so the loser is gonna be sending away themselves.
Yes.
I mean, or they can send the other team away. But just saying that they do have a place on the line. So this is interesting. And then, of course, after this one, I think we are actually going to see the game. Who's going to be winning this one? And they're going to play versus Helm next. So even though, yes, the losing team is going to go away, but the winning team will have some hard time on the lower bracket as well, because they need to play versus Helm on the next game.
Yes, I'm guessing then, because I can't see it on the screen at the moment, but I'm guessing that means Farming Friends is out, having lost to Helm. But before we get into the next match, we are going to have a look at some replays from the last match. Really, really good game. Really, really good match. Mind Sanity versus Trelleborg. Both teams playing really, really well. Trelleborg massively back on form after doing so well at Llama. They have they've really tight gameplay. They've beaten Helm today and sent them into the lower bracket. And we got to see why when they played against My Insanity. Beating My Insanity to that class combine on the first 2 matches, games, to the point where My Insanity banned the class combine in the last game. And look how close that first bit of bailing was. Really, really close. Bibi coming in and scoring a lot of points in that second game with that, and then coming in at the last minute in this second game and scoring all of those points to take that second game. Such an amazing fight right to the end of that. And
yeah, true. Yeah, we saw
some
amazing move from PB earlier. And also he did have a bit of a failure at one point as well on the second game, if I remember correctly. Or was it in the first game? But anyway, so he has been doing a great job, but there was a lot of great moments, but also something which didn't work in the end. There was the incident with the bridge, as we can see, that he was slightly, there was a Loiko having this toss. One of them ended up going, I think, on the, like a spinning on the first floor instead of going on the top. Yeah,
all 3 in to win the match.
Yeah. That was the game changer of the final game.
That final one was amazing. That we had 2 games there where actions by a team member on the winning team in the last few seconds won the match for them. And just love to see that. So close from both teams. So teams playing so well. And Trelleborg just outplaying My Insanity by just that little bit that sent them through.
Yeah, it's nice to see how close that series was as well, because My Insanity has had these mixed results, but they have proven to be a winner, but then sometimes proven to be going out almost on the first day. Oh, well, actually not almost, they have gone out on the first day as well. So that is nice to see. And of course, we have spoken to Trelleborg, like, kind of like rising up on the previous tournaments and now getting some good results as well, beating Helm again. So I do like what I see. But okay.
Yeah,
that's done. We know that Trelleborg is advancing, and still we also do have the other team going for the lower bracket. But now it's going to be DJK versus Lindner, and this will be a game from the lower bracket. So it's good to remember the team that's going to lose, they are out.
Yeah, this is crunch time for both these teams. They cannot lose this match, or they are going home.
So they can lose, but it's not with the greatest results.
No.
But yeah, let's see.
Well,
yeah,
they are staying home, I
usual.
should say, because this is an online tournament.
Yeah, who knows where they're gonna play? Maybe they're gonna play from the. Who knows? Maybe Lindner team is at the Lindner offices or something like that. Who knows? But yeah, you're completely right. Anyways, the bans are gonna be pretty standard. So we have the telehandlers being banned and a couple of big tractors. Bottleneck versus bottleneck is gonna be the start of the series. So this is maybe once again leaving us. Then Big Hole versus the Unstoppable for the later rounds. But yeah, that's a different topic. So let's see how this will go and what will be chosen from here. But I'm not expecting any surprises here. I think the approach for these teams is a bit different. I mean, based on what we have seen, I think that Ehrenfeld is very, I would say, like a very static with their strategies. They play a game that is known and certain, and the Lindner is a bit more like a opportunistic team, and they tend to also do something else than just the usual. So I can see that these teams might play this differently, even though they have a different the same perk.
There's the Class Combine and the New Holland Combine over on the left-hand side. We're going to see a big battle for those. And in fact, neither team's headed over that way. Apollo heading for the Baylor in the middle here. That looks like the Fent Baylor. He is going to be uncontested for it. The New Holland Baylor is being gone for by Dirk. Trying to see which team has that second Class Combine. And it is Dirk Enfield that has the second Class Combine. So Azercerus has got the New Holland. And Dirk are getting a good start here for their first bale.
Yeah, it looks really good. They are very close, and we have still 20 seconds to go, so this could be 140 something definitely. And Apollo at the same time also pretty close. I mean, of course, as the items are spawning on the same places, so let's wait and see. But this could be some very good first bales for both of the teams, depending how this is going to go. Apollo's going to be approaching. I do see a miss here. So Ehrenfeld had a miss. Apple's going to be taking it short. It's going to be still like a 137.6 maybe, or 5, we'll see. 135, yeah. So still a decent one, and 133. So it's not going to be the end of the world. There was a chance for Gepi to somehow, let's say, claim an early lead with, let's say, almost with 10 points. I think it would have been like a 143-4 possible if he would have got that in. But unfortunately, it didn't happen.
Direct delivery and silo closed are the first selections. I think both teams, if they can get up here, probably want to go and grab that direct delivery. That seems to have been the one that has the biggest effect at this point. Both teams massively down the other end of the field. I don't think we'll see either of them head up here to grab these.
Yeah, I don't think that they want to somehow disrupt the early delivery of grain, and especially if you need to pick that up now, it's not gonna be like it's gonna last till the next drops. It's like a 90 seconds or something what was on the clock, so it will wear off pretty soon and pretty fast as well. But yeah, they will not go for it. I mean, and then the other one also, like the direct delivery, they're just so far away that the benefit of going there will, oh my god, they're not enough to cover the negative side of lost time when going there. So let's wait and see.
As we've seen with these class combines before, there's currently a 5,000 litre advantage for Dirk Enfield over Lindner. They have managed to get that extra grain. It'll be interesting to see what Lindner do to try and even things up here a bit. But looks like both teams are getting into position to drop their grain. team doing it at the moment.
Yeah, they are setting up the shop around the silo. That's more or less the situation. And then, yeah, 1 minute and 10 seconds. We'll see what's going to be coming out of the drops. Do we have any disruptive? And bales haven't been pressed at all. So if there's something like a bale multiplier or something like that coming up from drop now, would be a good time to do something about it. But of course, depending on the strategy, they might be focusing on other things. And we'll see what's going to be coming out of it. And how much grain in the end will be collected, because we don't have a big call or anything like that, so I think teams are pretty versatile when it comes down to the amount of grain. Bales are starting to be impressed at the same time as well, so we can see 2 bales now on the both sides. They started almost at the same time, so this is just perfectly on time. If there's something like a bale multiplier or something coming up, they actually have the bales to utilize that then.
Interestingly, Lindner have closed, or had closed, the gap in the grain. It's opened up again because they suddenly stopped harvesting. I'm guessing they've filled both their combines, but yeah, at one point they definitely had closed that gap. The gap is really widening now, though. I'm guessing both their combines are full, because that is an extra 8,000 litres that Zierka have. We've got bale multiplier and bale drop. I'm fully expecting bale multiplier to be grabbed by both teams.
Yeah, that is definitely making more sense than the other one. So let's see how that's gonna play down. But yeah, bale multiplier, they have the bales to utilize it. 6 and 9. So yeah, they do have enough bales. And yeah, some grain is gonna be delivered, but they want to get all the maximum possibility. Oh, they're gonna be a little bit stuck into each other's. So it's almost like Star Wars lightsabers in the dark room or something like that. So
Toby's having a bad day. He's had quite a few unforced errors over the matches we've seen today, and they are very much using their orcas like lightsabers.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. But yeah,
I am your father.
Yeah, let's see. This will be interesting. So yeah, they will. Yeah, I mean, now we can see that the bale multiplier has been picked, but Lindner, did they still have the time? They don't have it anymore. So they didn't go for it at all. So they missed that completely. Lindner didn't pick the multiplier at all. And Ehrenfeld has it. They have the bales. I think they're now pouring it down, that they want to maximize the normal multiplier before using. Before using the extra bale multiplier. So they want to get everything out of it what they can. And that's why they're pouring down the grain. And now they're actually winning the grain game at the same time as well. 2.1, 2.2 is going to be coming up soon as well. No, they won so little. So like a 1 pixel missing or something like that. But now they're going to be putting these bales.
They
do
still
have
94
80 seconds. Look at this. So this is going to be 30 something bales. 30 points per bale. That's what I'm expecting at least. So they are building the gap now, and they are using the multiplier very well.
Where is whoever is tipping Dierka's grain, because they've got 94 litres. 94 litres would be enough to give them that advantage.
I guess.
And Dierka picked up bottom boost.
Yeah.
That's got to be less than 94 litres worth of difference to get that up to 2.2.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's like a 1 or 2 pixels on my screen. Maybe 2. So I'm not sure how much is actually needed for that amount. I'm trusting you on this one, Alex. Meanwhile, we can see Lindner now starting to deliver 21 points per bale for Ehrenfeld. Lindner's going to be scoring 19. 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go. And the belt speeds up quite reasonable for both of the teams. So I don't think it's going to be a factor here all the way till the end. Lindner, of course, they want to close the gap. But when you look at the about 100 points and then look at the bale counts. So Ehrenfeld, they're clearly currently on a better situation. They do have about 100 points above Lindner when you take the gap on the bales into account as well.
356 to 325. Lindner have actually closed this gap considerably. They do have a 2 bale disadvantage, but if they can keep this up for a minute and a half, in fact, it's now just 2 points and a bale-tastic. They've closed it because of a bale-tastic. Fantastic play from Lindner here. They've gone into the lead
now
by a considerable amount, and Dierka were just fractionally too slow to counter that bale-tastic. Awesome play from
it's gonna be
Lindner.
complicated now. This gap is, I mean, they basically have the bales just barely to close it, but then the time is gonna be an issue. They still have 11 bales, so we'll see. But the Lindner, they made the right call at one point. Yeah, it's on the point, but now it's gonna be just in a matter of seconds. It's gonna be tied as EFL is getting those bales in, so it's very close in the end when it comes down to it. So it's all about the efficiency. It's just 11 points now. We have bales coming from the Lindner side as well, so they're gonna be trying to build the gap again. Couple of them will go in. So it's going this back and forth cat and mouse play more or less what we are seeing for the moment, and that is of course something that it's very hard to forecast, but the time is definitely a problem, and it will play a factor. And this Toby's operations here, just 20 seconds to go, so this could be a thing, and that's gonna be an awful thing to have at this point. Gonna be dropping that down. It's gonna be 10 seconds, and I think that Lindner, they are looking to get this down.
They're gonna
miss in as well, and the gap is gonna be way too much for EFL to close it anymore. 50 points, yes, but they just don't have the time, and they did have the bales, and in the end, Lindner, with the combo, with the efficiency on the final minutes, they will take the first game of the series.
Wow. Only 19 bales delivered for Dierka versus 23 for Lindner. Yeah, that would do it. Plus that little bit of grain. I can't help but think that little bit of grain, giving them an extra 2 points per bale, would have made a big difference. Because it's only 50 points between them. That's not a huge amount to meet up. But that bale-tastic just put Lindner in complete control. Dierka slightly too late to counter it. And won Lindner the match. 50 points right there.
Yeah, that's pretty much the difference what we saw there. It was a very close situation before that. Multipliers were close. There was something weird going on with the Lindner didn't pick up the bale multiplier at all, so I don't know if they missed that one or what actually happened there, but they didn't take anything. And then EFL, they managed to get a couple of the bales in with the multiplier, so that's when they can build the lead, at least for a time. And so there was something strange a little bit on the Lindner side, but in the end, of course, with the combo, they saved it and fixed the situation.
Yeah, absolutely, and just pulling that combo out and getting away with it, because they did kind of get away with it. Really made the game for Lindner. It got rid of all of the disadvantages that they were heading into that final section with. Gave them the boost of points they really needed, and won them the match. Fantastic play from them. Really, really good. So we will see in a minute how Dierka could respond to this. We're getting into... Well, we've got bottlenecks gone on both teams now. So we're looking at Big Haul, Herbicide, or Unstoppable.
What do you think, Alex? Are we going to get the fourth game that's going to be forced all the way to the third game? Is that actually a possibility for us?
I think it depends on which way the teams go. I think just trying to remember. So Lindner Valtra was the game that we saw where both teams overturned an Unstoppable versus a Big Haul. So Lindner, we know, can do it, and I think if they go into this with the Big Haul, there's a good possibility Lintner could overturn things and take this. I think it's actually going to be a difficult match for Dierke to take.
Could it be that we actually get, let's say, big hole versus big hole, or unstoppable versus unstoppable instead? I mean, we haven't seen those combos. It doesn't have to be always that way.
Ooh! Dierke have not banned anything for their first choice.
That's curious. So they are
Lintner,
saving the points for something else, or that we don't know.
Banning the telehandlers.
Figure out. Yep. But why did they ban? Okay, maybe it didn't make much of a sense. I don't know. Weird.
I'm expecting Lintner to go for. Oh no, we're gonna have a big haul versus a big haul. By the looks of things, no change at the last minute.
Yeah. Okay. So we go finally. Not just with the bottleneck versus bottleneck, but actually to have now big haul versus big haul. Yeah, I kind of like it, and then at least it's very even. Because I mean, this is for example, for DJK, this is like the last straw. If they're gonna lose this game, they're out of the tournament. So gotta try something else.
Both teams going for the Fent, both teams going for the 6M, and both teams going for the Case Magnum. So this is a completely even start here. Both teams with the same perks as well. This is going to come down to who can disrupt the other team more at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So where?
Yeah, interesting to see.
There
so
it
many
is.
Same choices.
So the New Holland Combine is down on the left. The Class Combine is down in the front, and Xerxes has a slight lead. No, he doesn't. Actually, the Dierke player has a slight lead and has grabbed that Class Combine, causing Xerxes to have a run for the ideal by the looks of things. Yes. So he has grabbed the ideal. That is the first bit of advantage that Dierke have got over Lintner. Those Class Combines are going to be very important with this big haul in play.
Yes. Okay, so the first bale is going to be starting to finally build up. Xerxes, Apollo, that's going to be the other dynamic duo. And then we can see in the background that the Ehrenfeld, they are still missing the baler from the setup. So they do have a Gepi. Oh, he has a bale already. Okay, so they're not missing a baler. They're actually fast. And this could be about 140 is doable if he's going to swing that in. 140, yeah, 139, yeah. So that's going to be Ehrenfeld actually getting a great start. Apple's going to be having a mistake here at the same time. So it's going to be getting us slightly stuck. It's going to be 128 or something like that. Yeah, 128. So 11 points of a gap. So Ehrenfeld actually had a very good start. And they, so I was still wondering, like, where is the baler? But he was already delivering the bale, which I didn't expect at the time.
Yeah, he got a really good start. Getting that Class Combine and getting in there quickly really worked well for them. We've got direct delivery and bridges raised. And we have Foley coming beside it. Apollo has picked up direct delivery. And looks like Gepi is, running back and grabbing direct delivery for Dierke. So we'll end up with a fairly even setup here between two teams on the multiplier side once everything evens out.
Yeah, that is done. And now we can see the both of the big holes in play. But yeah, just like Alex said at the start, both teams, they have exactly the same perks and everything is more or less the same. So we'll see how long they will actually just follow, well, kind of like execute the same strategy more or less. And for the time being, it seems to be quite much the same. When we see the stats, then we can see if there's any differences in the bale production or the amount of grain being collected. Gepi is going to be disengaging and just starting to move the big haul now already on the further side of the field. Gonna be changing the utility, probably to something else at the same time as well, and we can see the same happening on the Lindner side as well. So Apollo will do exactly the same move which Kevin just did. So this is everything is following the same pattern for the time being.
Yeah, going up to that Baylor at the top, which is the Massey Ferguson Baylor.
Yeah, take the Baylor. And the grain now we can see. So yeah, Ehenfeld has like a 5k more, but I'm not really expecting that this is going to change much, as usually, I mean, teams playing with the big hole, they end up with about the same amount of grain being collected, more or less. So it's all about if they do an early run or not. And will they, load something out earlier and then come up with a full load later. And for the time being, we haven't seen that happening, and it's only 45 seconds till we see the drops as well, so I think it's going to be too late for a second or kind of like a middle delivery as well. So we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, 35 seconds and then we have some answers.
Both teams very even on the grain at the moment. In fact, Lindner have gone slightly ahead on the amount of grain, which is surprising considering that they do not have the second class combine, although they do have that Fent Ideals, so that holds a lot of grain, that combine.
Yeah, the drops are coming in. So just 30 seconds. Bale multiplier silo close. So that's the one that might change things a little bit.
Yeah.
But as both teams are playing with the big haul, so it's just gonna change the timing when the unloading happens. So in a way, it's the same. Well,
Geppy is waiting.
Waiting for it. But it's the timing. It's the timing.
Waiting for the grain delivery.
Yeah, but the bale multiplier is also quite interesting as well. If you have the bales, and Geppy is he seems to be more committed on silo close, so they actually, I don't know if they're waiting something to happen.
They're waiting for the last second.
Yeah,
but
we can actually see there is a movement happening, so they want to wait for the exactly the last minute, but they gotta smell that, as because he's Silas, he's not gonna even try to deliver it. He's just gonna leave it there, knowing that they will pick it up at some point, and now they have been, of course, picked as well. At the same time, we have Ehenfeld actually going to score some bales. Why not? As the silo is closed, let's go and get the bales delivered. And did you see the jump on the background? Did you see the jump on the background from Toby? That was amazing.
Three bales drop off for Geppy, and back out there to press more bales. Nothing is going to happen for at least another 50 seconds to the multiplier on either team.
Yeah, not at least anything regarding the grain delivery. Something else might happen, as we can see that the bales are going in for Lindner at the same time as well, and they actually try to score more. They also have a decent amount of bales. I mean, they have 7 more. Now they gotta be even, but they will take the about 60-point lead with those bales which they just had on the belt. This one of them didn't actually. Yeah, now it finally went in. So okay, 50 something point, about 50 points is the gap currently, and it's just a couple of seconds when the silos are gonna be finally opened up, and the Lindner has 3k more grain. It will not make a huge difference actually, because Ehenfeld doing a small delivery at some point as well, so they had a bit more delivered. So they did pour something down, and they're gonna step their belt Lindner, and now they are waiting for Ehenfeld delivery. Sorry, Ehenfeld has stopped the belt, and they're gonna be waiting for the Lindner delivery. Okay.
Is coming across.
Yeah, a lot of unloading happening at the same time. Yeah, it goes on the both sides now, and in the end it's going to be pretty even, as we can see. Almost 2.1 for Lindner, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough, so it's again something like 100 liters or something that is missing, but there's nothing we can do about it. And there we go.
Huge advantage to Lindner in the last 2.5 minutes now.
Yeah. Yeah, 2.5 minutes, and there we have the bale withering. That's going to be picked by Ehenfeld.
That's evened things up a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty even. I mean, they are close. They're inside like up 20 points, pretty much the same amount of bales as well. So this can go either way, same multiplier and so on.
This feels very close at the moment. There's only 40 points between the teams. Lindner are still scoring bales, but that is their last bale they can score for a while. They have a 39-point lead at the moment. Xerxes out there though, grabbing bales. Ooh. And Lindner, we've got a disconnect from one of their players. So yeah, this is close. A minute and a half to go, and we got a disconnect.
Was it the same time? It was Lindner player as well who was disconnected, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I think it might be the same. Might be the same player.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna figure that out at some point. It's not the end of the world, but we now just have to wait for a while. But anyways, we have 4.5 minutes. If he doesn't connect, then we're just gonna resume. But if it's a similar kind of a connection issue, then we shouldn't have an issue.
To answer a GT Sums question in the chat, there aren't any Crone Balers from the Straw add-on in, but there is a Crone Baler in the FSL. One of the big balers is a Crone Baler. It holds 3 bales, and teams tend to go for it if they're not going for the Case or the New Holland or the Matthew Ferguson baler, because it's a really power hungry baler, so you need one of the big tractors to get the most out of it. And in that case, you can only get 3 bales back at a time and not 5, which you can with some of the smaller balers. It also requires the full amount of straw to actually press a bale with it. So it's not an overly efficient baler in the FSL either. So people, don't tend to go for it that much. Unless they're going for it for that first bale, really.
Okay. Well, we still have some time, so this seems to be lasting a little bit longer than the previous time. But meanwhile, we can have a look, actually, at least we can have a look and tell you what has been happening on the bracket. So if you see that bright light coming on my screen, that is the white document that I need to open, which is reflecting from the screen. But so Höniggang has won the Helm. I don't know why it's still marked as HG.
Yeah.
So Helm has won the Farming Friends, so they will play versus the winner. And do we actually get some action here? Yeah, we do.
Yes,
okay.
We're back.
We are back. So 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. And Folby is going to go for the gap. It's less than 20 points. And
but there are 2 bales there extra for Lindner. If they can score them, 3 bales extra there for Lindner now. So if they can score them, then they will easily this gap.
Yeah,
Ooh,
so they have
Toby's
some
got a bale
so
come off the top.
Yeah. And Lindner, remember, Lindner is leading this series, so if Lindner is going to win this one, then they will take the 2-0. If they're going to lose this one, then this is going to be forced to the 3rd game as well. So we'll just have to wait and see. But for the time being, it's pretty even when you count the bales. But I'm slightly, of course, worried about Lindner's capability of delivering all of these. I mean, in time, they need to have them on the 2nd floor. And it's 35 seconds, so Xerxes is now going to start putting those bales on the bell.
And
that can still get in. That can still get in.
This could be close to a combo, though. We've got 7 bales on for Dierka.
But I think they'll counter it. Gonna counter it. Yes, it was enough, so they will counter it. Ehenfeld doesn't get a combo as Lindner will put on the bales. 15 seconds to go, and Lindner, they need to score some more points.
Lindner don't have bales there.
Lindner has the bales. That's going to be the final bale for Ehenfeld, but Lindner, they still have 6 bales.
They have out there.
Just shove them in, get the job done, GSD. But no, they will not do it, and they will end up with, I think, I don't know how many, maybe 3 undelivered bales or something like that. So Ehenfeld will take the win from this one, and once again, we're going to go for the next one, and 4 undelivered bales, and that's just simply way too much.
That is, that would have won it. Even getting 2 of those in No, not quite. 3 of those in would have got them within a point
No.
of Dirk. They had to get all 4 bales delivered in the top to have won that. How did they leave so many bales out on that field? That's amazing.
I guess no, it wasn't just only about the field. I think they had some of the bales like around the belt as well, but they just didn't have the time at the end because they had those piles right next to the belt, and I guess they just run out of time, which is really unfortunate because I think that they had everything what they needed, but of course Ian felt they did a great job, and Lindner didn't cope with it for now. So now we go for the 3rd game of the series, and then we're gonna figure that out who's gonna be the winner.
So this is our 4th game to our 4th match today, our 4th best of 3 that has gone to the 3rd game. We haven't had this happen in a long while, and it just shows that the teams are getting better and better as the season's progressing. They're getting more even. They're able to counter.
It's about the teams and about the strategies, and I think that the teams are in a way finding balance and the right measures to fight with certain perks as well. So they are learning, and kind of like the playing ground is getting the level of competition getting more even. I guess that's the they have a word for it, like a maturity or something like that. It's getting mature competition.
The teams are evening up really quite well, and they're learning to counter each other's strategies. I mean, these teams practice together all the time, so they do get a feel for each other's strategies. And we're seeing teams doing different things now as well to try and counter various scenarios that are coming up. And I think the teams have begun to get more comfortable with the 10-minute time for a game over the 15 minutes. I think it's creating much tighter games and much more efficient strategies. And as a result, in that time, you only have so much to do. So the teams are getting better at using that time to the best of their ability.
Yeah. They are getting better. So we spoke about, yes, we're waiting for the 3rd game to start. We spoke about during the technical break a little bit about the other results. Well, now we are having the game. So never get into this topic, but
I think they were waiting for you.
Yeah, I think they were. So what we have here is that we do have you already mentioned Power Team Esports with Vulture, so Power Team Esports won. Then we have New Holland, who's gonna play in just the track day on the other quarterfinals. So track day was that one that dropped Farming Friends, the FF. There's another team on a different game with FF as the initials. So yeah, that's pretty much the situation, and now we can focus on it and on this one. And 3rd game, winner's gonna be a winner, and the loser's gonna be out of the tournament. Pretty simple.
So are we going to see Unstoppable versus Unstoppable here? Or, that is exactly where these 2 teams are going. Very, very even setup that they've had through all 3 games in this match.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The same perks. So, I mean, we have seen perks. I mean, playing against the same perks. Not gonna lie, but I don't remember when we have last seen a series where all the 3 games have been the same perk versus the same perk. That's very uncommon. So interesting. But I guess that the maybe Ehenfeld. I mean, I didn't check in which order that they chose them, but maybe Ehenfeld feels that that they played safe when they do it like this. I think this is coming from Ehenfeld, that they are being away for a couple of tournaments and so on. They want to synchronize with the competition and the strategies that are currently used, and then just play it safe versus Lindner this way. That's what I'm expecting.
Hollow heading up the top there, Silas heading down the bottom. So the Massey Baylor is being ignored by everybody. Looks like... Oh, wow. Which is lucky, because Jeppy would not have won that Baylor if he'd been contested for it.
Whoops.
Way! Flying Baylor.
Yeah, a bit of an action there. Let's see how the setup is building up now.
There's the Crone
quite
Baylor
far.
who was up.
Yeah, this is really far actually. Well, not, no, okay. Oh, it's let's say reasonable distance still. But yeah, this is gonna mean that the first bales are gonna be pretty slow.
No, Jeppy is close, and he's still got some...
Yeah, and we can see Lindner actually being even closer.
And Lindner's further. Going to be a 138. No, it's going to be a 135-ish, I think. There we go, 135 and a 132.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, I mean, the first bales are there, 3 points of a difference. We have seen that these teams have been pretty close with the first bales on the previous games as well. So not really changing the setup, so everything is the same. They are following the same strategies, the same perks, the similar kind of a first bales. So let's see if we find any kind of a variations. Herbicide and bridges lowered, I don't think that anybody's going to go for these at all. Doesn't make much sense at this point. And then, yeah. So yeah, it's just, I mean, following and then the mistakes and then the efficiency. Let's see if there's any kind of a change on the strategy when we do have the first drops, but it's going to be like a 2.5 minutes away.
Very efficient game play here from Lindner. They've got their combines in exactly the right place. See, every team these days have their combines round for filling up like this. They've got this section of things down to a T. We do have the next set of drops having appeared, and if anything, actually, Dirk seemed to be slightly ahead of Lindner in their position, and Debbie wisely folding that auger in, while Apollo is folding it out.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, they're ready. They're getting ready, but of course they still want to build the setup. They don't have a big hole or anything like that, so it means that they need to build the usual setup, and that's what they're doing as we speak. So we haven't seen any early deliveries. I mean, the amount of grain is still exactly the same, and 2.0, no deliveries, and 1 minute. I think it's both teams are realizing that it's going to be way too risky if they will at this point do something like an early delivery. If there's, for example, a grain multiplier. I mean, of course we see teams still doing it from time to time, but it so much depends from the game. If it's like a first game of the series, and when it's like this kind of a game, that is, you know, basically all or nothing. You lose, you're out. So it's not just the last game of the series, but it will be the last game of the whole tournament for the team that's going to lose. So they will not take that kind of a risks that they will start now trying to do some like an early delivery if the other one is not doing it. So they want to play it safe until they see all the cards on the table.
2 extra bales there at the moment for Dirk Enfield, although Lindner is not that far behind. You can see that it's shifting between 1 or 2 bales. We can see where the next drop's going to be. That is going to be another 30 seconds or so. In fact, no, that is in there now. Crazy tool and speed limit. Yeah, Lindner is going for speed limit, so they are going for the disruptive play there. Are Dirk going to go for the same thing, or are they going to leave it?
See, but meanwhile, as we can see that they will start both delivering grain as they realize that okay, there's nothing nothing coming up that's going to change the situation regarding the grain, so they will go for it because his speed limit being picked up by Toby as well. That's going to be a little bit later. There's like a 20 something seconds of a difference. Not going to change that much of a things because the Lindner also stopping the grain delivery. Maybe they need to organize the vehicles a little bit differently, and then they can resume. But yeah, the multiplier situation is pretty even. 2.1, 1.9. Lindner now having 36,000 more grain, but okay, they still need to even up the multiplier. So in a way, I think it's gonna stay there somewhere on the same ballpark. Whatever happens with the multiplier, for sure, it will mean that they are close to each other. I mean, on the both teams. So it's not gonna be like any drastic change.
Lindner now delivering more grain, putting themselves at an advantage on the multiplier, but nobody there to properly take advantage of it. And it looks like it's going to be evened up fairly quickly.
Yeah, and now it's the final multipliers as Ehrenfeld. So 2.0, I think, yeah, it's exactly the same. The belt speeds are the same, so everything is still following exactly the same pattern, so nothing has really changed. The only difference is that Ehrenfeld has now 14 bales and Lindner has 10 bales, and Ehrenfeld has 3 more points as well compared to Lindner. So yeah, some small changes here and there, but let's mention nothing that major, to be honest. And so I'm just expecting to see the last minute that's going to be probably pretty chaotic. Or at least very close if the situation is like this. Of course, any mistake or anything like that, it would mean a lot of trouble for the team who's going to be doing it. So I think everybody's going to be taking this very, very safe for the time being.
Lord Baylor for 2 bales, and Foley is there to grab it. So that's 2 bales scored immediately for Bjerke. And they are very much in control at this point in the game. They are ahead on points. They are behind on number of bales, but we see that they can press them quite quickly. And Toby jumping into the river.
Yeah, I think it's time to start delivering. I mean, we can see a double-digit number of bales, and Toby having a bit of an issue there on the water, which you mentioned, Alex, but he's going to be able to fix that. But yeah, so when we're getting on 2-minute mark, and when the teams are still having more than 10 bales, I mean, it is a reasonable amount of work that you still have to do to get it somehow on that belt. So I would definitely, I love to see as the teams are starting to deliver. And now at the same time, whoops,
that's not a wise idea.
Yeah, it's going to be bad.
He is in trouble. He is jammed in.
I was just going to say that they have a very nice situation with 50, but there's going to be a combo coming on the Lindner side at the same time as well. So Lindner in trouble.
Oh!
Not on trouble. They are on speed and they can't do
anything
about
it. There.
The bales are the bridge.
They're not going to be able to do it.
It's going to be a combo.
Fantastic!
For Lindner. Because Ehrenfeld at the same time, I mean, they had the bales exactly on that baler, which got stuck on the bridge to kind of like counter
and
that.
Foley's in a lot of trouble because that is going to go back up again.
Yeah,
he's got to grab it and get off that bridge.
Yeah, I think this is going to decide the game. I mean, Ehrenfeld, the combo points for Lindner, it was very even situation before that, and I was just gonna say that Ehrenfeld, they had 6 more bales. This is looking good for them, but then happened exactly what happened with Folby, and that's for sure gonna hurt them quite a bit. And the gap is about 100 points. Yes, they do have just barely, I think, the bales to close it down, but once again, 50 seconds on the clock, so that just cost way too much time and gave out the combo as well.
I think that has cost them the game. That is going to be very difficult to close up that gap now. Yes, they've got 3 extra bales, but there's way more than 60 points between these teams. And only 20 seconds left to go.
Yeah, there's no way that they can close the gap. They don't even have the bales anymore for it, I think. So yeah, these will still go in, so it will be Lindner, that's for sure.
Yeah.
There's nothing that Ehrenfeld can do about it. People's remaining and they don't have the bales, and people are just hanging here. So unfortunately, Ehrenfeld, they had a nice run here, but they're going to be the first team that's going to be eliminated from the tournament, and of course Lindner is going to be passing on the next round of the lower bracket, but it also means that they will have to face Helm.
Yeah, that is it. Dirk, Enfield are out, I should say, and Lindner going forward to face Helm. Probably, I think in our next game today, I think that is the next one that we have up after our short break that's coming in a moment.
Yeah,
that was quite a game, and that is a perfect example of an unforced error that can cost you the match.
Yeah, but the next game
across that bridge, had he got across that bridge, he would have been able to get that bale in the bottom and counter that, and in fact, it would have gone the other way. Dierka would have got the counterpoint and been nicely ahead.
So yeah, the next game, as mentioned, is going to be Helm versus Lindner. That's what we know. And then the last game after that will be Astragon versus My Insanity. So My Insanity need to face Astragon, and they have to figure that out. So those are the two matches that we're still going to show. At some point, we're going to go for that short break, of course, about 3 minutes, and we'll be right back with the next game as well. And all the matches will be best of threes. But just wait there. We'll be right back. Enjoy the break, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the first day of the second online tournament for the Farming Simulator League's 5th season. We have had some really cracking games today. Every single match so far has gone to 3 games. And as a result, it's been some amazing gameplay. Teams so evenly matched. Yeah, what do you think to the last match, Matty?
I mean, yeah, it was a tight series definitely. And the last game, I would say that of course the error which came in the end from Mihenfeld, it was a little bit unfortunate. Of course, there's nothing to say about it. I mean, they got the baler stuck on the bridge, and at the same time, Lindner, they saw the opportunity and they made a combo, and they didn't have the bales next to the belt to counter it. So it was definitely an unforced error which cost the game. So that's pretty much the situation with it.
Yep, and with that, Dirk going out, and our next matchup, putting Lindner against surprising team in the losers bracket, Helm. Helm are down here. They've lost to Trelleborg today to put them down into the losers bracket, and they're having to fight their way back up. It's somewhere where we've seen Helm before, and in fact, I think last time Helm came through this way to the final, they ended up losing the final to My Insanity. So yeah, they've got a hard road ahead of them. Helm do this weekend.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and Helm and Lindner, I mean, they are also top 2 of the circuit currently. So we have our top 2 on the lower bracket. So it means that either team from the top 2 of the current circuit point standings will go out from the tournament. So that's pretty huge. But before we got to talk about that, we got to be seeing the replays, and hopefully we'll get a good look of the mistakes done here. This was one of the lightsaber moments here next to the silos, as they didn't really know, but they did manage to get that solved out. We did have some. It was an interesting delivery from Toby, not gonna lie. He was just like driving it off, and some flames. Zerzers was like getting out of there immediately, out of the way. Some first bale delivery problems here, nothing that huge, but then we had some major ones as well.
And I'd actually forgotten, having seen it here, Flying Baylor, that both games that Lindner won with a Bale Tastic. And that's the amazing thing. They actually had 2 opportunities given to them by Dirk to get that bonus. And in both cases, it won them the match, which is quite amazing to see that in one match. See that once in 3 games across a match is something. To see it twice is very unusual.
It is, but now we're going to be focusing on the next game. So yes, we know that we lost DJK unfortunately, but Lindner, they still have to battle from their lives, so they need to take another game in a row. And of course, versus Helm, Lindner has been able to win Helm in the past. So this will be interesting. I think these teams, they have a bit of a maybe it's not the right way, a love-hate relationship, but in a way that I think that Helm. Helm. Some teams for Helm, they are just ones that they just bite. They just shoot them immediately. But Lindner is one of those teams that they always have this a bit of like a surprise angle. Somebody said on the chat, and it was already before the previous game, that Lindner always finds the way to make a combo. And even on the previous game, they made a combo, and this comment was made before that. So it just like proves the point that who said it, they are right. And so just saying that this is, even though we talk about Helm, that they are a great team, I think Lindner is a tough opponent.
Lindner is a team who are very good at playing in a disruptive way. They will quite often do something to disrupt their opponents rather than increase their advantage, which is really great play, and quite often that will win teams win them games. So I'm interested to see what they do against Helm, especially if Helm are seem to be struggling a little bit because they're down in this losers bracket today. So it would be a massive disruption actually for Helm not to make it to day 2, to not make it to the quarterfinals. So they're really going to be playing hard to make sure they make it to that second day. And in fact, Helm coming straight out of the gate and banning the Terror track, which we saw Lintner using in the last game. And oh wow. And Lintner coming back, fighting with the Unstoppable versus the Bottleneck. This is going to be great.
Yeah, this will be. I mean, the perks. We haven't seen Unstoppable playing versus the Bottleneck today at all, because that's always been just Bottleneck versus Bottleneck, and then the Unstoppable has been played more or less against the Big Hole, but then also sometimes against another Unstoppable. So yeah, we know that these teams, they know what they're doing. So eager to see. Should be good. And the telehandlers are out of the play, of course, so that's usual when we talk about playing versus Helm. But I think that still we can have some great individual performances here.
I'm looking at Helm's setup here. They've gone for the 2 front loaders and a large tractor. They are very much playing their usual setup. And they are going to produce a lot of bales towards the end of this. I can see Lintner are playing hard for that early victory, and that's why they've gone for the Unstoppable. JK taking a tumble early on, and don't know what the battle for combines is like. Looks like the second class combine is not available right now. So
JK is gonna go a massive Ferguson baler, so he's gonna get that one. It's gonna be quite late. I mean, 30 seconds have passed already, and he's finally getting a baler. And we can see Silas now going to, of course, produce something. Let's see where they are placing. To me, it seems that at least Helm is pretty far away, and Lindner, based on my bare eye view, which is not always the greatest, but they seem to be closer. So they won something there, which enabled them to be closer, but of course this is just up on the distance. JK, they're actually pretty even, and this is going to be less than 140. Let's see if he's going to toss that down. JK has a bit of a mixed track record when it comes to the first bale, so this could be like 136 and 137 even, and Apollo is going to come, he's going to reverse that in, so it will be Helm actually claiming the lead on this one, and 130 exactly comes, so it's 7 points, so it's not the end of the world. What is the gap here? But 7 points is 7 points.
I think Lintner, as I say, trying to get this early lead, trying to get the first game down. They're looking to limit how quickly bales can be delivered by Helm, hence going for the Unstoppable against the Bottleneck. And it's going to be interesting to see if this strategy works. Speed limit picked up by Helm, so Lintner slowed down by 20% now. That is going to reduce the amount of grain and the amount of straw, and Xerxes has grabbed the speed limit as well. So both teams affected equally right now.
Yeah, I mean, that is actually quite oftenly one of the first drops, and we see teams usually going for it as well. They want to just make sure that nobody gets the advantage. So, and if they happen to be at the right place, so they will just go and pick that up when they are nearby, and just in case it doesn't hurt really, and knowing that the other team is probably going to pick that up as well. So then we'll kind of like make sure that the score is even more or less at that point.
It also makes the other team go out of their way to get that perk. Because if they don't, that puts them at a disadvantage. So they have to run out to get there. And if you're picking it up as you're going past, that actually is a bit of disruption against your opponents.
Yeah, true. And at the same time, we can see JK slightly ahead of Apollo. Gonna be trying to, well, not trying. Will be starting to build the setup there. So he will just place the trailer there in position, and the Apollo is gonna follow. So that will go about in the same place as we can see. So that will not be that much different at all. The grain situation is also pretty even. Yeah, Helm might be leading with a couple of thousands, but not the big deal, because the Linna still has time to collect the remaining parts as well. Bales, one for Helm, but they're not really pressing them for the moment. That time will come when both of the teams will start pressing them. And that's 45 seconds for the for the second wave of the drops, which is the most important moment, I would say. And then we'll see what they will come up with.
Got about 2,000 extra liters for Helm at the moment with Grain. I think that is going to even up as Grain game comes to a close in the next minute or so. Both teams have a fairly similar combine setup, and Beatmaster is getting very full. In fact, I'd be surprised if his combine is pretty much there.
And there we have the drop, silo closed, and bridges lowered. The amount of grain is like very close to each other, as we can see. They are almost identical. There's like a 14 liters of difference, that's all.
Oh, wow.
So that's not much. And the bale count is the same as well. Silo close for sure will be the one that they will go, unless they will decide together that they will not go for it.
Oh, Linda got them!
They will go for it, yeah, and Helm as well. About the same time, and there is, yeah, I mean, Linda has, okay, we have a technical break.
Linda have a
So something is
disconnection
going on.
again.
Silas
Silas is disconnected again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Silas seems to be having internet connection issues today. Because this is the third match in which we've lost him.
Yeah, it happens clearly. So, well, it is what it is. Nothing we can do about it. What I can say is that every time this has happened, he has been able to reconnect in a reasonable time. So that's always good.
Yes.
So I'm not really worried about that one. I think, meanwhile, Alex, I think that you will say something smart, and I will have a bit of chocolate.
So yeah, I'm. It's really interesting to see how Lindner have come out of the gate in this game and are fighting hard. They are in there. They're making choices which are disruptive choices, stuff that they will be able to capitalize on. As we're restarting, Silas is back in the game, and JK is back in his tractor. We still have, so it's about 5 seconds between Lindner's silo opening, Helm's silo opening and Lindner's silo opening. Lindner could use this time actually to get themselves in position ready to unload. Helm at this point really want to be scoring some points. They've got a slow belt. They've got a 2.1 multiplier. They would do well to get some points on the board with this setup. I'm not sure they are, though, because JK is there in the field failing. Not going to change much this situation for the next 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah, 4 minutes to go. Yeah, but the 14 bales is definitely a lot, so Helm has been busy pressing the bales, and now the silos are still being closed, so then I think this whole situation is going to be starting. Helm did manage to pour something down just before the silo closed, so it's not the that they haven't been doing something. We can see Wooler with a high speed.
Go for a toss?
Have a telehandler.
No, I thought he might have found. I thought he might have found some way to do a toss with this track. And there goes Helm's belt.
Yeah, true.
Oh, it's starting and stopping.
Yeah, because they are pouring
Get
it
that
down as much as
right
they
hand
can
side
at the
of
same
screen.
time. We have the super drop coming in as well, and let's see how this is gonna play down. So it's gonna be now
Oh.
Lindner will unload something. Helm is not gonna be currently pouring
Right.
it down at all.
Lindner
And
needs
we
to
have
score.
a lot of bales on the. I mean, when you look at the what is around the Lindner belt, there's just a lot of bales.
Why did Lindner stop tipping their grain? Oh, because they're having to refill. Still, they can score points like this at the moment, and that's what they really want to be doing.
But yeah, surprisingly, I mean, 2.5 minutes, and I don't know if the teams decided that they will not deliver the rest of the grain, because I mean, if they will now start going and start pouring the grain again, they don't have the time to, deliver all the bales. Okay, now we can see Helm at least going for the unloading, but yeah, they're gonna be running out of time. So all this time that they're actually unloading the grain, okay, maybe they're now already moving away if they have the setup right, but just saying that this is all away from the time to deliver the bales. And if you have 50 bales waiting for delivery and you have 2 minutes of time to go, then you really need to start cracking and doing something. So let's wait and see. But a lot of bales are going in, so this is looking good. Helm is still pressing the bales. They have 17 bales now, and they have a lot of bales actually going in. And I'm a little bit scared for Lindner, because what I saw at the Helm belt earlier, there was just a huge amount of bales, and we know how efficient they are. So, of course, I mean, Lindner, they have the bales as well, but they have like 10 bales less. That's the fact. So they're now scoring, and yes, both teams are scoring, but they still do have 10 bales less, and that's a lot of bales. It's the biggest gap that I have seen for a long time. So, yeah, 10 bales is still the difference. And the point situation is exactly the same. So the scores are, well, now there's a 20 point of a difference, but it's same multiplier, 20 points per bale. And the score is exactly even when it comes what I mean is that you have exactly, the gap is always divided by 20. So it's even with the amount of points they are scoring from the bales. A bit of an issue for Helm there. Nothing huge. Beatmaster JK having a bit of a class there. 50 seconds to go. But this will get close. And I'm just wondering when Helm is going to start to unload this more. We can see JK now getting here. 40 seconds to go. Wooler is coming in. That one bale for sure is not going to go in, which is on the right side of the belt. We can see Apollo already understanding that they don't have the time, and Lindner actually has a faster belt. That's also good to remember. They understand that they cannot get all of them inside, and there's 100 points now on the belt. They will still go in, but they still have to shove something on the first floor for sure. They have so many bales. They have huge amounts of bales, but they will need to
How
try
do they
to
have 14 bales?
Remaining. Yeah, they have a huge amount of bales, and now they're gonna try to shove all of them in. There's no bales remaining for
There's
Lindner.
not enough time!
Combo.
Oh no,
they
they're gonna do
They
it!
could get a combo, but no, they're not gonna get a combo, but they will still win it. But the last minute push is gonna be enough.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is a lot.
How they... My internet decided to drop out at just the wrong time then.
Okay. Okay. So I was wondering that Alex is surprisingly quiet. So what happened here was that there was actually a gap of 10 bales between Helm and Lindner while you were gone. And but yeah, Lindner, they did got enough bales delivered. There was even a chance for a small combo. But yeah, Helm will take the first match of the series. Lindner played well. Just to summarize it, there was a bit of confusion between the grain there at the end. Are they going to pour it down or are they not going to pour it down? In the end, they decided to do it after Helm started. Lindner didn't have any option than to do it. And and then just a lot of bales were left for the final minute to deliver for Helm. And also Lindner, they didn't have that many bales available, but they did press them and they did instant deliver them to the first floor, and that just unfortunately wasn't enough.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It basically came down to one bale at the end of that. You know, there was one bale, that very last bale that Helm delivered, that sent them over the top and won it for them. And Lindner just didn't have anything to respond with at the actual at their barns. So that was really interesting end. And Helm doing what Helm do best, just having massive amounts of bales at the end to score with. And for once, not being able to score with all of them.
Yeah, they left something, but they still won it. And when you think about the perks, what we played here now, so they played with Bottleneck versus Unstoppable. Was that the case? Yes.
Yeah.
So
Bottleneck
they
versus
still
Unstoppable.
Yeah. So okay, the big holes are still there, somewhere waiting, but I don't know if it's an advantage or not. But I still count that having the Unstoppable still available for you is maybe a slight advantage for Helm.
Yeah, I think Lindner really wanted to come out of that into that first game strong. They wanted to win it. They played Unstoppable as their team perk to try and make it that way, and came very close to doing it. I think if they keep this kind of pressure up, they have a good chance of beating Helm and knocking Helm out. But they do need to pick themselves up and keep this pressure up, because they came very close then, and I think they are capable of doing it. They've shown they're capable of doing it throughout this season.
Yeah, well, we have the second game. So if Helm wins this one, then we have Lindner out of the tournament. Which of course would be a shock. I mean, either of these teams who's going to lose is going to be a shock because they are top 2 of the current Farming Simulator circuit point standings. So of course it will be a shocker. But yeah, now Helm has the 1-0 lead, and of course we'll see if this is going to go all the way to the third game, or will we actually somehow solve this already on 2 matches. That's what we're going to figure out during the next 10 minutes, more or less.
So we've seen the Manitou band straight up by Lindner. We've got the Large John Deere band by Helm. Are they going to match it with another big tractor? Yeah. The Class Axion 960 is going. And then I reckon Lindner are going to get rid of the New Holland telehandler. That's the other one that they want to lose. Want to prevent that Helm hurl from happening is what they're after there. Big Hole versus Unstoppable. Not the way round I think that Lindner would have liked to have done it. But having said that, we've seen Lindner win in this situation today. It's gonna be interesting. Can they pull it off again, and this time against Helm?
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I mean, this is the these are the perks we have seen many times today already, and let's see how that goes. But yeah, Unstoppable versus Big Hole, so that is what we have seen. And of course, this is what we said when Trelleborg Tires was playing, that when they chose the Unstoppable, I said that they will try to close this on 2-0 to use kind of like the perk which they think is superior versus the other one, but it didn't go that way. So we have seen the Big Hole also winning the. So it hasn't gone that way always. So I'm just saying that there's definitely a chance for the Big Hole to win the Unstoppable as well. So there's not that big of a difference. So let's see how this goes. It's hard to say, but of course, I mean, knowing Helm, and sometimes it's like very rare that they even lose like a single game during the whole tournament. Okay, today they have lost, and as we have mentioned, that the level of competition is more even. So let's wait and see. But I still gotta say that, of course, my default assumption is that Helm is always the favorite, and then the other team has something to prove if they want to win it. So that's why I'm saying that Helm definitely has a chance. I mean, everybody has a chance, but I would say that it's more likely. But anyway, we don't have to be guessing these once again. We're going to know the results. We can see JK having the first bale done pretty far away. We can see Lindner being closer, so something went down with the challenges that we didn't see here. But yeah, definitely Lindner having a better angle, and we can see that they're actually getting there all over there on the other side of the bridge already. We can see Apollo getting there first, And let's see how it's going to be tossed. No, he's going to be reversing that in. Let's see what's going to be the answer from JK. He's going to toss that in. 132 and 132 is going to be exactly even. So no gap at all. So JK's toss was a little bit shady at some point.
Oh no, JK's stuck on the bridge!
He's stuck on a bridge. Can he actually get away?
Oh,
he needs to reverse
he's
that
gonna
out,
get off
and
it
he
in
has
time.
Barely on time. But that was a close.
But that's not great. That's not great. That has cost JK some time. And we got direct delivery versus silo close. Apollo going for the direct delivery. Yes. So Lindner's brain now going straight into the silo.
Yeah, there we go. 8 minutes remaining. Direct delivery seems to be the way. JK almost misses that down, but we'll get it. Both teams will get it. Lindner already has got that away earlier. And the belt has been stopped at the same time already, as there has been the direct delivery going on, as we have spoken about it. But yeah, equal score with the first bales, and now we'll see where this is going to take us, more or less. Yeah. So we don't. I mean, with the grain, everything is pretty much the same, almost like completely equal. No changes there at all. And the difference is, of course, that the belt speeds are very different. That's what we currently have. So if we have something like, let's say that there will be something like a bale multiplier coming up on the amount of drops. Of course, they still need to deliver the grain, but that is the biggest difference that I can currently see when you look at the stats. It's the belt speed. That's all.
That's the thing. This is probably the tamest we've seen a game start today. I think there's not really anything in it, and it's very difficult to pick these two teams apart at the moment. Helm have that slight advantage at the moment where their belt is faster because of the unstoppable. But yeah, I don't know how much advantage that will be once the big haul comes into play, and if Lindner can maximize their big haul and score lots of bales earlier towards the end, I think they're in with a really good chance.
Yeah, I mean, why not? 25 seconds and then we'll see what's going to be coming from the drop, so then we know what we can expect. We can see bales already now being delivered and pressed by Lindner. Helm hasn't been that active on that side, and soon we'll have the drops and then we'll see what will be coming out of those. But yeah, now it seems that also Helm is going to be starting to press the bales. They understand that it's something on the agenda that needs to be done at some point sooner or later, and that the drops are here, and the silo close was already taken away, but we do have the bale multiplier that was discussed earlier. So now the thing is that the teams are going to be trying to, of course, pour down all the grain, get the multiplier as high as they can, and then also get the bale multiplier as late as they can. That's what I'm expecting, because it's going to take some time to pour down the grain to adjust the multiplier to get even better advantage from the bale multiplier. But we don't see any activities on this matter, so we can see that there's on the both teams there's actually a player who's moving towards the silo, and which means they are already right next to it. So we should be having the unloading starting soon. And Helm, of course, at this point they do have more grain. Lindner starts the unloading. They're gonna be stopping their own belt, unfortunately. At the same time, Helm is gonna be still waiting for it. Apollo's gonna go for the bale multiplier, as JK is just very sneakily running through the fields, and he's gonna go for it as well. So there we had it. Both teams are gonna be picking the bale multiplier, and now we can see also Helm unloading the grain.
So now, are Lindner going to try and score up the top, because they're holding the multiplier at 2.8? Is Xerxes mounting the? I think Xerxes might be mounting the conveyor. He is. He's going for it with the bale multiplier. 39 points. Can he get that third bale in and score that as well? Yes, he can. Wow, that is a massive score with that bale multiplier. Really great play there by Lindner.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of points on one single reach. So what is that? That is what is like a 117?
He's
Yeah,
going for another one.
117 points.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna try to go for another one. I think there was only 2 bales because he at the same time Helm coming up as well. They have the belt operational and it's a very fast speed. And they only have 1.5 multiplier. Cesar's gonna be trying to reach out and he's gonna be doing it 34 per bale. That's gonna be 68.
Wow.
68 points per bale, and now Helm tries to do something about the situation as well. They are slightly behind, but I'm not going to count these guys out because we know how efficient they can be when it comes to the final moments of the game. But yeah, bales up, just going in
That
at
is
a quite steady pace on both sides. The gap is currently about 50 points. Now it's going to be less than that because there's going to be now Helm scoring with the higher multiplier as well.
that is some fantastic play though from Lindner. I can't believe Helm have closed that gap already though. And it's a bottom boost for both teams. 65-second bottom boost for Helm. And I think it was slightly less, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 45 seconds. I can see it in the distance for Lindner. So one of the teams wants to go and grab this. Lindner is probably the best ones because of their slow belt. But unsurprisingly, Xerxes is just concentrating on getting those bales on there as quickly as possible. Wooler has given bottom boost to Helm for 1:05 seconds.
Yeah, they took it away from Lindner. They're not going to help with the situation at all. Helm has a super fast belt as well, so and they have been pressing the bale. So yeah, there's a bit of a gap on the points currently, but the knowing Helm, how they have the efficiency, so the slow belt could be a problem for Lindner. Definitely, and yeah, just 1 minute and 50 seconds to go, so then we'll see how that's going to play out. But the bottom boost is, yeah, it's helping Helm. We can see JK going for it. They can reverse, the bales directly from the baler as well. So JK can just reverse those in, and they will get a decent amount of points. So that's gonna help. And there's like 20 seconds still remaining, so I don't think there's gonna be much anything else than these, and maybe something from Beatmaster. If he's gonna be having the time, they're gonna be having a friendly nudge.
He's got to get
But
those in
it's gonna be
quickly.
just 7 seconds, 5 seconds to go, so it's gonna be very close. He's gonna get 2 of them at least, and the third one's gonna be left alone. So it's a very good efficiency there. But 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, and they still haven't been able to close the gap. It is about 70 points. Actually, exactly 70 points currently, and they do have the same amount of bales. So this is a little bit scary. One bale is going to drop down from Helm as well. So this is actually looking that Lindner might be able to give that advantage, which they currently have. It's going to be very hard for Helm to close that down. I'm not saying that they can't do it, but it's going to require some work, and it would require some kind of problem for Lindner as well. Because Lindner, I mean, Cesar has been doing a great job. Those pushes that he did all the way up on the belt, they changed the whole situation, and he hasn't done a single mistake. So it looks good, and I don't know what Helm can actually do anymore at this point, because 25 seconds, they have 5 bales, and those are total, 105 points.
It's down to the
they
speed
have the
of
bales to counter
that's
it.
over 100 points.
Yeah, they don't have the bales
anything
anymore.
They don't have the
them,
bales.
honestly.
And they definitely don't have it. They're doing that.
Yeah, they will realize themselves as well. Let's leave it like that.
Wow.
And Lindner will take Helm. So this is going to go for the third one as well. I mean, it's never easy.
That is... Today has continuously surprised me. Lindner delivering 29 bales to beat Helm. That is insane. We've
yeah.
That's
I mean,
mad.
they delivered just a lot of
in the
them.
top. And that's come down to That comes down to Lindner beating Helm at their own game, knowing they have the slower belt. And all that they did was they made sure that they were loading bales on early. They made sure they made the maximum use they could of that multiplier. I mean, they were scoring 39 points a bale at one point, and just gave them that advantage. But I can't believe they delivered 8 more bales than Helm did. That is huge.
Yeah, Cereseros did some pretty good runs there. I think there was 5 bales in total that he climbed all the way up when they had the bale multipliers. That of course made the difference in the end when it comes to the points. And I guess they did shove something on the on the bottom as well at some point, which explains that why they don't have so big of a gap. But but still are reasonable. So yeah, I think they did definitely well. And yeah, so yeah, like I said, I mean, Lindner is one of those opponents who can surprise Helm, and they did that once again. So now they're both their backs against the wall on the 3rd game of the series. So who's going to lose the next one? They're going to be out of the tournament, and so some kind of an upset will be coming for sure. That we know.
Yeah, and of course, both teams still have Herbicide left. Lindner only have Bottleneck, and Helm only have Big Hall. So it will be interesting to see what we get picked by the teams. I would be very surprised if Helm don't go for Big Hall in this final game of this match. Don't know which one would be more advantageous, though, for Lindner to go for. They would be able to possibly counter Big Hall a bit better, I think, with Herbicide, because they'll be able to go absolutely everywhere on the field and get more grain or get grain more quickly that way. I think they will want to either ban the class combine or they will want to make sure they get 2 of the class combines to mitigate that Big Hall. So it's going to be an interesting start for them, I think.
Yeah, it will be. So soon, and actually right now, we do get the 3rd game starting. So yeah, eager to see how this will actually play all the way till the end. But I mean, I guess it's fair to say that can't really have any expectations now after the last game, as Lindner got so clear victory from it.
I'm impressed that Lindner managed to win. Again, we've seen the winner again today, going up with them having a Big Hall and with their opponents having Unstoppable, that has been a killer all season, and Lindner have blown it out the water today.
So no surprises with the bans, and then we'll see the perks. I guess we have an idea. And yeah, they will take the Unstoppable Helm, I mean, and of course Lindner will take the Big Hall.
Yeah, they can't take Unstoppable. Yeah. They've already had it.
Yeah. I know. My mind was something. I mean, yeah, I was expecting that they will take one which they have available and not the Herbicide. Yeah. So I was thinking about whatever they take that is not Herbicide is the one they should take, which they have. I didn't expect that they will try to go something which they cannot choose. So they surprised even me on their perks. Yeah. Other than that, not any surprises really here that I can see.
No perk for JK though. And that means no under pressure for JK. Which means that it's going to be harder for him to press bales. He won't be able to press bales quite as quickly. So that appears to me to be an unforced error. They must have had the points for it. So I'd be surprised if they didn't. That class baler down in the middle, in front. And to me, that looks like Helm has got the upper hand heading for that class baler. JK looks like he's going to get the Fent baler over Apollo as well. So looks like Helm may have got the better start here. Yes, in fact, they have. That class combine has gone to Helm as well. Strong first bale this is going to be.
So let's see how the first bale is going to start build up. So we can see Cercerus and Apollo, they are pretty close. I mean, they will find a nice spot there. They're trying to get on the, they understand that they can actually get through the bridge. They don't have to go from the safer route. JK is going to be already getting away. This is looking to be a one heck of a first bale, to be honest. This could be a very high 190s if this is going to go through. 148. Yeah, 148.
Wow.
Now that's going to be a great start, and that's going to be setting the tone. We can see Apollo coming up as well, and this is going to be a 130 something if it's going to go in. We can see that he's not going to be going in. He's going to be having a bit of a mistake, a problem here, so he needs to reverse that in. So it will be 129 or something like that. No, 130, so 1 point better than expected. So it's still a decent one, but they are almost one bale behind, which is not optimal, of course. And JK just jumping from here.
The water.
Yeah, he wants to get back on the field, so that almost like somebody escaping from the accident scene.
Speed limit versus bridges raised. I think if either team goes out and grabs that, they will be grabbing the speed limit. It's really amazing. Helm have come out into this third game with all cylinders firing. They have really gone for it. And yeah, such a turnaround, really fired up.
Yeah, so then we go back to the executing the strategy. And yeah, so
They seem to be getting
once
a little
again
bit in each other's way.
Yeah, maybe little, but I mean this is pretty usual pattern. We can see JK with the big call, Apollo kind of like doing the same kind of a circulation here between the different two combines. So yeah, and well, I mean against the big call, I mean honestly, when we spoke about the big call, I mean we have, and I have said it many times today, we have spoken about the big call versus the unstoppable, which we have here now. Sorry, now we have the bottleneck, but yeah, the big hole versus unstoppable. And many times when big hole has been played today, I have said, and I think we have discussed it as well, that it seems that the unstoppable, you know, is a good one, it's an advantage. But now when I think what has happened, I think maybe last 4 matches has been actually won with the big hole instead. So what I'm just trying to say is that the big hole has been stronger than before. I mean, I don't know if it's because of the change of strategies, but we have seen that it has been performing better. The reason for that is a bit unknown. I haven't done that so deeply analyzed, but just saying that the taking the big hole is not like a disadvantage or anything like that.
JK pressing the bales here, of course. As I said at the start, he is at a slight disadvantage here because he doesn't have the under pressure perk. It'll be interesting to see how they come along with this. They do already have 3 bales pressed, Helm, which is a complete turnaround from the previous one. But Lindner already catching up here. Just 1 bale behind now.
Yeah, we didn't have that much early bale production on the previous game, and they kind of like started to do it around this time. Well, actually, yeah, around this
Talking
time.
about bale production.
Yeah, JK is gonna go probably for the crazy tool. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, I think it was actually about this time. So we are already like 5.5. So he's gonna go for the speed up Apollo. But it was about this time when they actually started to press bales. I think there was like a half the amount of bales. So it's not like a huge difference. I mean, they started to press the bales maybe like a 20-15 seconds later on the previous game, and they still had the bales. But yeah, then of course they didn't get to utilize them as much as we hoped when the bale multiplier was in effect. But yeah, this time we don't get that disruptive drops, and we only have the super drop remaining. So now it's all about executing the strategy.
And grain being delivered now for Lin. And look at the big haul, just sending it the other way for Helm. A 1.5 multiplier for Lindner at this point.
Yeah, for the time being, that's okay. I mean, of course, we still have something happening here, as we can see that Helm is preparing the unload with the big haul, and that's gonna come pretty fastly. That's gonna set the multiplier to a different direction. But can they actually? I don't think that they have enough to catch it. So in the end, yeah, I mean that Helm will keep a slight advantage on the multiplier. Yeah, 2.1 for Helm, so Lindner, they can't actually catch it that way around. So it will not be that even. And this is actually refreshing, because usually, I mean, lately when you play versus big haul, the other team is collecting, a lot of grain just to be sure that they will win the grain game. And this time actually the big haul wins it. And that is also something I haven't seen today earlier, I think.
Yeah, it's playing well for Helm at the moment.
Yeah.
Only
the
one
moment.
bale. No,
It
there's.
is fine.
Oh yeah, Helm definitely in the driving seat now though. A 2.1 multiplier, 80 points ahead, and they were ahead in the bales as well, but seems to have gone ahead now. And yeah, Lord Baylor for 2 bales. JK has grabbed that. Helm have come back here, all cylinders firing. Is getting the next second set of bales back. Xerxes is already loading onto the belt. Lindner have become much more able to get bales back. So as long as they can keep this up and Xerxes can keep stacking, they can close this gap. And in fact, they are closing this gap. Look at that, as it's 263 to 263 with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, it comes to stacking challenge. And once again, Helm has a huge advantage on the bales though. So once again, they have been producing a huge amount of bales. I mean, in the last game they had 10 more, now they do have 7 more, but that's still a lot of it. It's like a difference of 1 or 2 or 3 or even 5. It's more than 5. I think every time when you actually have like a stable gap more than 5, I think that's always a huge advantage. Of course, you need to have the time to deliver it. And now we can see Buller just delivering them, so they are now trying to, make, of course, more points. So they have taken the lead. They are leading about 30 points. They have that 2.1 multiplier, which brings them more points more every time than the opponent who is scoring. Cercerus on the Lindner side, just, trying to cope with the speed, and he's doing a great job. So I'm not gonna say anything about that. Of course, every bale is going to be 2 points less than on the Helm side, so that is of course a bit of a disappointment. More bales are coming from Silas, and the last minute has just started, so now it's going to be the do or die moment. And remember, the team who's going to be losing this one is going to be dropping out of the tournament. Will it be Helm? Will it be Lindner? That is something we're going to figure out in a matter of seconds, as Helm getting 2 bales on the belt. They still have 10, so 8 somewhere hiding elsewhere. Lindner's going to be doing the same. Helm is leading by about 40 points, and if Lindner just keeps on putting those bales at the same speed and kind of like matching the speed, it means that they will lose this, because then they will not catch up, and they are also getting less points per bale. So this is looking better definitely for Helm, as we have 25 seconds to go. Silas going to be going around the under the bridges, coming out of the water. There's more bales going in for Helm. Once again, they are reaching 600 points in a matter of seconds, and the gap is already 100 points as we have 10 seconds to go. And we can see that these guys, they understand they don't have the bales. Lindner, there's nothing they can do about it anymore. Helm will take the series and will drop Lindner, the current circuit point standings second place team, out of the tournament. So only Helm from top 2 will continue on the tournament.
Yeah, I was watching the last minute or so that with great interest. You could see Lindner could not keep up with the number of bales that Helm was doing. And it was purely because of that second front loader tractor. They were bringing in 5 bales with that setup, with that baler and that front loader, when Lintner could only bring in 3, and so it just kept increasing that gap between the two, along with that multiplier. And this is why I'm always surprised with teams going with the 2 large tractor setup, because yes, you can press bales quicker earlier stages in the game, but when it really matters, when it comes to crunch time at the end of the game, you can't get the bales back quickly enough. And as a result, the Helm stomp all over teams all the time because they use 2 front loaders, and when it matters at the end, they can get more bales back and either close a gap when they're behind or pull out well in front.
Yeah, so we had that one, and Helm still has a chance of course winning the tournament, so they will stay. And as you mentioned, that they last time they came in from the lower bracket, they didn't win the tournament. So we'll see if they're gonna prove that wrong. Anyways, we're gonna go for a break, and I will be right back. And welcome back. It's time for the final game of this broadcast for today. So, well, before we go to the next one, we had, of course, the Helm beating Lindner. So Lindner's out of the tournament. That is the shocker here. The second place team from the tournament standing is out currently. And we're going to be seeing the replays. And then the final remaining game, as you saw during the break, we do have Mind Sanity versus Astragon. And it's the same deal. It's the lower bracket game. The losing team is going to be out of the tournament as well. And Mind Sanity is holding the 5th place currently, and Astragon holding the 10th place. So it is not so high profile game as the one before, but if, for example, Astragon would be beating My Insanity, it would be still another team out of the top 5, so it would be something. But yeah, that is the next game anyways, and we're going to be coming back on the replays from the previous game pretty soon, and then we'll see maybe some of the mistakes that happened there. But the I mean, in general, yeah, we saw a couple of things happen with JK almost getting stuck on the bridge. We saw something dropping on the water. Nothing that major, but the replays are going to show that. What do you think about, Alex, about the previous game in general? I mean, the how the series went, how well Lindner actually fought.
It was very interesting. Lindner came out of the gate in the first game, fighting hard, pushing hard, nearly won it. I mean, it was really quite close that first game, and was slightly unlucky not to win it. And I think they were spurred on by that, because the second game they came out, they played Trelleborg Helm at their own game, and beat them at it. Played really, really well to do it. And then the third game, I think they woke the beast, because Helm came back in that third game. The old unstoppable team that we've seen so many times came out and just walked all over them pretty much. They just produced bales in ways that other teams just can't match, and came out and beat them. JK here having a bit of a roll, making it out.
Yeah, it's almost like you go running when you have your shoelaces like tied together.
There were a few unforced errors in the first game for Helm that we're not used to seeing. You know, Helm having issues when we don't normally see them have these issues. So I'm not quite sure what happened in those first two games that caused them to have these kind of problems. But yeah, they were struggling a bit the first game, the first couple of games.
Yeah, they have been. Well, let's see. Let's hope that at the moment it's going to be kept now. So let's see tomorrow when Helm is going to have the remaining matches on the lower bracket, how that will go. They will still need to win quite many games. So they're going to be playing versus New Holland tomorrow at some point.
Who are the other second place team?
So then we'll see what's going to happen tomorrow. But yeah, that is the situation for Helm. But yeah, I think when I saw these replays, the most of the cases, what happened there, the most of the replays, they were about JK. So he was kind of like stumbling the most, more or less. Maybe he has been practicing with stumble.
But it's interesting. It's interesting that I'm looking at the way that this tournament is shaping up, and it is shaping up to be a big surprise and a big upset most of the way through. The winners bracket at the moment is amazing. We got Trelleborg has beaten Power Team Esports, so they are through to the semi-finals. Just Detractor beat New Holland, and so Just Detractor are through to the semi-finals. So those two teams will be playing each other. So that means tomorrow we'll have Helm versus New Holland, which is New Holland being the other second place team at the moment, equal points to Lindner. So that is going to be another top 3 team going out in that match. And this match here, Astragon versus My Insanity, could easily see another top 5 team go out, because My Insanity are in 5th position. So it's a real there's a real shake-up here with the teams, and the top teams. We're losing top teams all the way through this tournament.
Yeah, this is. I mean, of course, if based on the rankings and the previous results, of course, if Astragon is gonna drop down My Insanity from the tournament, it would be an upset in a way. But then also we have seen My Insanity this year also having very fluctuated results, more or less, and sometimes upsets have happened in the past as well. So we'll see. Anyways, the bans are, well, including both of the telehandlers. We have the big John Deere, and then we have a bit of a smaller tractor there as well. So, but nothing that's surprising that's gonna like upset anybody. So no upsets. We have Bottleneck versus Big Hole coming up. So we're gonna again go away from the pattern of playing with the Unstoppable versus Big Hole, and then we come to the player perks. But it's pretty much the same. We do have Runner, we have Archimedes most probably coming up, and then we have the Under Pressure.
It's interesting that as we've gone through this tournament, we're seeing teams less eager to go Big Hall versus Unstoppable anymore. But I think that's partly because we're now beginning to see teams win with Big Hall in that situation. So that's an amazing turnaround from previous tournaments this year, though. So yeah, I'm intrigued. This is a whole new approach in the FSL strategy from teams today, and I love to see it. Absolutely fantastic. Everything is fluid.
There we go. Yeah, we go for the battles because you got Jan and there is an Astragon player. He's gonna flip the tractor though, so Jan is gonna be getting this for sure. If he's gonna be just finding the way, he's gonna be close, but he gets it done. We can see Elite Cafe getting a combine. That's not gonna be a problem. So he's gonna go with that John Deere. And meanwhile, what else we do have? Setups are being built. So yeah, we can see PB and Jan. They're actually pretty close by. So this is actually looking very good for My Insanity. Didn't see the exact location, how far we actually had the Astragon players, but they are somewhere there. We can see on the other side. Yeah, they're not so close to the barn, if I'm not completely mistaken. So My Insanity should be pretty good with this one. Yeah, they are a little bit further away. So Elite Coffee, Major Melon, we can see My Insanity probably scoring pretty soon as Jan is coming up. Is he gonna toss that out? No, he's gonna reverse that in. So he's gonna be playing it short. It's gonna be still 143 maybe. Yes.
Major Melon coming in now for his first bail. Yeah, 143 for My Insanity. Major Melon is going to be way behind, though. We think a 120. Oh, and he's missed. Wow, he missed. So it's going to be a really bad first bail for Astragon.
Yeah, we can see that he's trying to get that in, and this is going to take a bit of a time, but in the end 114. Ooh. So it's almost 30 points for different speed limit and direct delivery as the first drops, and the I guess the speed, well, I don't know, actually direct delivery makes sense, and PB is going to go for it, so he's going to go and pick that up. Yep.
And Elite Cafe has also grabbed direct delivery. Away they go.
Let's see. But yeah, quite big of a difference, of course. We can see now the direct delivery being used on the both sides as the grain is just going to the silos. But yeah, the point difference is something that needs to be addressed at some point for sure. Meanwhile, of course, the grain collection now, as the drops are wearing off, they are finally starting to gather it. And looking at the stats there, I mean, Astragon did manage to utilize more the direct delivery, a little bit at least. Not like nothing huge, but you know, small amounts at least here and there. And now we'll just go for the usual routines. The teams are more or less on the same parts of the field, having a quite similar strategies as always. Jan is going to make the move and move the big hole again on the corner of the field, and then just take something else to drive for a change. Meanwhile, we can see Major Melon that he's already heading towards the silo, so he's gonna go and build that setup. So usually this, when the big haul is moving, happens about the same time as the other team who's not playing with the big haul starts to build the setup. So this is a timing issue that we have noticed this pattern to happen.
Jan is now beginning to press bales. That's one bale, and Major Melon is just sending it a little bit the other way, creating some space in that overloader. Of course, that can backfire if grain multiplier is picked up at the 5.5 minute mark. But Jan now heading back to drop these first bales off, or just try and get everything a little bit closer to farm. That's definitely in the driving season.
Yeah. Well, 25 seconds, and then we have the drops. Mindsanity is definitely collecting more grain than Astragon. I don't know why Astragon has stopped with the grain collection. Of course, they do have a bit of a different setup, and they are not having the big haul, but still, they are moving in. And I mean, looking at this gap, what we currently have, and if there would be a grain multiplier, then this would be. And there is.
Oh, it's grain multiplier.
Yeah, just saying that
is bad news for Astragon.
It is really bad news for Astragon currently, and it's 1.5 for my insanity if I see it correctly. I want to see what it's going to be on for the other side. I can't see this far, but I think it's like a 1.6 or something. So Astragon going to have a slightly bigger multiplier. At least that's what I'm expecting. Didn't see it, but when they pick that up, then we'll see. So maybe there's some kind of chances here. But based on what we see currently, I think that Mindset is definitely in the driver's seat.
Astragon's is... Oh no, I couldn't quite see that then, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll see when they pick that up. I mean, if they pick that up, they need to be doing that pretty soon as well. And there we can see 1.7, so it's even better than 1.6, so it is better. And now they have the multiplier, they will start to pour down the grain immediately, as we can see that it's unloading. And they can't even unload everything. And now my incentive are like just waiting and holding. So both teams have now picked that up. And now it's going to be time for my insanity to do the unloading with the big haul. And I would imagine that at the same time we have Astragon finally continuing the unloading operation. My insanity is very careful with it. They still left 5,000. And what is it, like 28,000 with the multiplier remaining. So yeah, maybe that's enough. I'm not sure. I think it should be enough to get it close. I think this is going to be like a 2.1 for my insanity or something like that. But this is not based on any kind of formula, just like something on my head currently. As my insanity has now delivered everything. And Astragon is just delivering the final bits and pieces. And we'll see how far that's going to take us. It actually might go to 2.0. Yes, it will. So it is 2.0, completely equal. So the grain multiplier actually did save Astragon instead of destroy themselves.
It's 3 to 127. Bales start rolling in at this point. 203. So Mindsanity now beginning to score, and Elite Cafe bringing in some bales for Astragon to score, and it's bale points, and I think, yeah, Mindsanity right beside them, so 20 bale points grabbed for them at the super drop. That is really useful for Mindsanity at this
point. Yeah.
On bale.
Yeah, the bale counts are pretty even. So there isn't any huge differences there. Mindset is still leading, and they still have a couple more bales. So yeah, they do have a slight advantage here. The belt speed is the same, by the way, for the both of the teams as well. So that's nothing that's gonna be in a way, causing a problem. Still 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go, and I think it's gonna be a good time for the teams to start thinking about finally unloading some of these bales as well, that they don't end up with the undelivered bales, which has been happening quite often today already, and that is exactly what Mindsanity is doing. They have 17 bells, so they understand that it's going to take a reasonable amount of time to actually get rid of those and just to get them on the barn. Have you ever, by the way, Alex, seen that anybody's ever taken any bales away from that barn? Like, I would imagine that after 5 seasons of Farming Simulator League, that barn is pretty full.
Yeah, I think there's some sort of pelletizer or something in there that creates straw pellets from them and makes it easy for them to be distributed elsewhere.
Yeah, something like that. Anyways, well, it is pretty. Yeah, because I'm wondering about that second floor always. Like, I don't see any other way of getting the stuff out of it than this one door.
Well, they pay more points for them because it's easy to drop them into the top, whereas the ones at the bottom just get shit expensive.
Yeah. Anyways, last minute is starting. The gap is about 100 points, and that is the gap that they need to close. I mean, Astragon, and you know, it is not an easy task when you have about the equal amount of bales, and also knowing that PP400, for example, does a pretty good, amazing job when he's stacking the bales on the belt. So you have a great stacker against you, and so it's not really encouraging you to get that out. But yeah, we can see Elite Cafe, I mean, not doing any mistakes. He's putting them inside of there. We can see at the same time Major Melon bringing some more, but 25 seconds, so for sure, I mean, 8 and 7 remaining. So there will be some undelivered bales, or at least some bales which are going to go for the bottom. So we'll see. But yeah, I don't see this gap anymore closing, to be honest. It's like 10 seconds to go. Mindset is scoring, Afghan is scoring. And Jan is going to put that one still down below. I don't know what the two bales are, which they haven't delivered. 600 points for me on my insanity. And they will claim the first match of the series without any kind of a hiccups, more or less.
Yeah, that was well played by my insanity. Good work there. 24 bales on both sides. So interesting. Purely, I don't think it was interesting that there's such a difference in scores. More bales down the bottom for Astragon. Cost them a lot of points there. And of course, the super drop adding 20 points on as well. And I thought, we had a big first bale difference as well, didn't we? So yeah. Lots of little factors there contributing to Astragon's loss, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah. Well, it happens. I mean, and we spoke about it. I mean, they were pressing so many bales that it was like eventually almost bound to happen that some of the bales are not going to be delivered, because when we still had 20 minutes, 2 minutes to go, I think in total there were like more than 20 bales still. I think like almost like 30 bales, with 25 to 30 bales, which were like when you take both of the teams combined. So yeah, it's a lot of bales that you need to deliver during the last minutes, and you know, things can happen during the last minute as well. It's a bit hectic. So yeah, you just need to have your time to do it and do it then properly.
Yeah. But a strong first game there for my insanity. I think they played very well. They pressed their bales. They got their bales onto the belt. They had much fewer of them going into the bottom as a result, and getting a lot more points because of that. It'll be interesting now to see if Astragon can tighten things up a bit, come back in the second game. Every match we've had today, of course, has gone to 3 games. So Astragon, to keep that up, need to win this next second game. We'll see if they manage to do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have 2 matches remaining, so next one is going to be telling the story. I mean, how well Mindsanity was playing this one, and how well they played the previous ones as well that we have seen, or the previous one we have seen. I really like how they play, and I do have a bit of a feeling that Astragon will have some hard time actually fighting back. But yeah, who knows? I mean, every other game has been 2-1 today. We haven't seen a single game to end with only 2 matches out of the best of 3 played. So maybe the statistics are on the side of Astragon at least. So there we just wait for the game to start. I guess it's going to be starting pretty soonish. Yeah. So you can have a sip of your coffee, Alex. Meanwhile, I can have a bit of a chocolate. And I will have my coffee
I
at
was
some
going
point
for
as
my juice.
well. Yeah. And of course, somebody will be on the chat already wondering, like, where are all these pancakes or something? Because now it would be a perfect time for a pancake. But the game is starting.
Here we go.
So we don't have to wait that long.
So Astragon versus My Insanity, round 2. We of course have Big Hall and Bottleneck off the table. So what are the teams going to go for this time?
I guess it's gonna be the same. Telehandlers coming up. Or are they? Somebody's keeping us under pressure. But nope, they are coming up. So it's all fine. So yeah. And I guess the last one's gonna be the John Deere. I would imagine so. Oh, so it's far. But anyways, from the same category, more or less. So we should be fine. And then the perks, so it will be the reversed. Unstoppable versus, yeah, we do have unstoppable, yeah. Remaining, so it will be unstoppable versus unstoppable as the plate, the bottleneck and big haul. So if we go for the third game, then we know that the last one is going to be, again, big haul versus the...
Oh, both teams going for the Voltra this time as a front loader tractor. We've not really seen that today. Both teams going for the dual front loader setup that I was talking about earlier as well. And so now we've just waiting. Yeah, as we go in. So we've got the John Deere combine up to the right. That looks like the Matty Ferguson baler is off to the left. And I did not see Big Class Combine. No, I did. There it is at the front. PB has the upper hand in rushing to get it. If he manages to do that, he'll be fine. Major Melon grabs the Massey Ferguson baler, so they've got the advantage there. Yeah, PB managed to grab the Class Combine, so that is a bit of advantage for My Insanity there, but Astragon do have the baler that they prefer. And Elite Cafe has managed to get over and grab the Ideal Combine.
Yeah, so a bit of a mixed results from the pads, but let's see, PB is going to go there. We can see that the Jan is going to come right after. It's not that far away. I mean, the clock is of course telling a different story, but it's not like a complete disaster. Of course, nobody hopes that we have disasters, but in general, just saying that this looks still reasonable. And now Jan is going to go, so it's not going to be 140s, but it's going to be 130 something. Major Melon, he's actually very nearby. They could be matching it. This is about the same amount what they can get points from these bales, pending of course how they will finish up the delivery. We can see Major Melon reversing that in 129, and Jan is going to reverse that in as well, 127. So it's not going to go 130s, but high 120s. So that's definitely better than a 30-point gap.
And we've got Bridges raised and bailed. Good. And bail drop grabbed there by Astragon, so they are getting one extra bail as a result of that.
Yeah, then we start the usual operations on the field. My Insanity, slightly better start with the grain collection, as we can see, but nothing major. No big hauls here, so both of them are using the trailer. And I guess it will be quite similar. Major Melon is maybe a little bit late. I mean, not late, but let's say later than the My Insanity side. So Major Melon is now pouring, getting it down. But yeah, it'll be fine. Not gonna be that big of a deal in the end. Saying that there's a bit of an off-sync between the teams currently.
Insanity lifting the combine header there through the weeds, in case anybody's wondering what PB was doing. You don't want to go through the weeds. It is slower and you get a much lower amount of rain from it.
Okay, and now we gotta start moving the setups towards the silos because he's still this is describing very well what is the gap.
Yeah,
they might have getting there earlier, a bit of a problem, but yeah. So this kind of like distance between the as we can see as we follow the paths of the vehicle, then we go for the other team, and then we'll see that the other one is like 50 meters behind. So that is pretty much the gap that we currently have. We can see it also on the field as a distance.
Astragon actually delivering more grain than they normally do, interestingly.
Yeah, I don't know what is normal these days, but I think that my Insanity is definitely collecting a fair amount once again, more than 60k. So if they we'll see how far, but I mean 69 is kind of like what they can do here now. So I think they will try to get the maximum, and Astragon hasn't really been prepared for that, so that's a problem that I see. We had earlier the same situation that Astragon didn't collect the same, as much grain as the opposing team.
I think that class combine is full. Yes, it is. So that is heading over to silo now. 68,000 litres. Bale multiplier and speed up. Now we've seen teams going for speed up over bale multiplier, interestingly.
We have, but then
20%.
It also has been but it also has been about the situation, like what do you actually currently have, and now we do have 6 or 7 bales, so I would imagine that the bale multiplier actually would be tempting in this situation, but it's all about where the bales are located currently, and I don't have that visibility currently of how far they are from the barn. If they are right next to it, then the bale multiplier would definitely make a lot of sense.
Now my Insanity evening up the multipliers, and yeah, it looks like the grain is about similar. Jan gonna grab the bale multiplier and immediately go and put those bales on the, I think, yeah, and in fact, my Insanity got the great bale multiplier. Astragon did not.
Yeah. Get the bale multiplier and now they'll start pouring down the grain. That's what I would expect at this point, that they will start now also delivering to get the normal multiplier higher. But that's not something they're gonna do. But they will score some points, as we can see, 30 points per bale coming for my Insanity, at least for one. Maybe there's gonna be more bales in the belt that we just cannot see for the time being. So yeah, but they are at least getting something out of it. We can see Jan moving here as well. So he's not gonna be putting any more bales on the belt. Maybe there's some kind of like a post-mortem barn insert coming as he put something on the belt. But no, that is not the case. So they are not taking more usage, just one bale. But now they are actually unloading both sides as well. So maybe there is still time. They have 30 seconds remaining on the bale multiplier. So maybe there's a chance for them to get some late points after the multipliers have kind of like settled down after pouring down all the grain, because they will have a slight advantage. So they will go 2.1 instead of 2.0, so maybe they will get some more points now. So yeah, they are doing something, and yes, they did also deliver some bales, as we can see, 264. Yeah, they did.
So they were positioning themselves to take maximum advantage of that multiplier, and they really have. 296 points to 129, with only a 3 bale deficit at the moment. That is huge. Lord Baylor with 2 bales, and my Insanity are not going for it. He looked like he was, Haynes looked like he was heading over there, but decided not to do it in the end.
Maybe it was just not worth it currently, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's something, but maybe it would have been too much of a distraction from what they're currently doing. I think that they're currently understanding that they have a good flow on things, and if they just keep on doing this, they should be able to win it. Yes, they have 3 bales less, but also Astragon cannot close the gap with 3 bales. So if My Insanity just delivers now everything what they have without any major issues, they actually will take this one. Because Astragon can't, there is nothing that they can fight back anymore. So it would require either My Insanity not getting the bales in, or a mistake from their side for them not to win this at this point. And we have seen PP400 doing a great job, so I'm not really worried about the stacking. He has done some mistakes as well when he has been climbing on the belt, but that's not needed for the time being. So then he just shouldn't go for it at all. So I think that My Insanity maybe hopefully understands this, that they don't have to try to pull anything special at this point anymore.
Well, that's the thing. Lord Baylor just scores 2 existing bales that you have out on the field somewhere. So it could even score 2 that you've already returned to the barn. Much better to continue sitting out there pressing bales if you feel you can get all of those bales back. So, yeah, I can completely understand why they're not going out there trying to do that.
Yeah, I just hope that they will come to this conclusion a little bit faster than us. Because if we would do all this, if we would be playing and, let's think about this for a while, should we go for it? And it takes like a minute for us to understand it, then the super drop is not available anymore at that point. So there's a good point that we are not playing it. Anyways, meanwhile the deliveries are there. And those are going to go in, as far as I know. Another 42 points, there's another 42 points. That's going to be, 63 points then if you take that into account. So yeah, they should be having a nice 600 plus point game if they get everything delivered as they hope for. And this really scares me. 11 bales not delivered for Astragon currently. And we have 25 seconds to go. So for sure they will not get all those bales.
And that's not going in.
And
that bale is not going in.
I mean, and even if they're going to deliver all the bales they have, I don't see that they don't have the points available, unfortunately. So, we have our first 2-0 for today, as My Insanity will take the series 2-0, the first game of the day. We had a Handlers trying to get some kind of a last-minute swing in delivery, but it didn't happen. So, Astragon unfortunately is out of the tournament. My Insanity, they won it 2-0, and they were pretty convincing. I mean, the first game was maybe not gonna say struggling, but it was more even. But the second game definitely showed that, okay, we can claim this kind of amount of points and we can make smart decisions and just focus on our gameplay. And that is the scary fact that Helm should be worried about at some point later, because when you can just execute your strategy and be fine with it, then, and don't do mistakes, that is something that can, I think that to win Helm, you need to beat them on their own game. Not to always surprise them with something, but also by having a great execution, which My Insanity has.
Yeah, you need to beat Helm. You need to be able to beat them at their own game, but B, you need to disrupt their game as well. My Insanity being good at that. Lintner previously have been good at that, and New Holland previously have been good at that. And those are 3 teams that Helm are all having to face on the way to the final without being able to lose a match. They've taken Lintner out. They've got New Holland tomorrow. It is likely that they will have My Insanity after that, because I think My Insanity will be playing Power Team Esports tomorrow, who are another great disruptive team, actually. So there is no easy route here for Helm to the final. They are going to have to fight hard the whole way to make it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we have our games from today, and of course now we'll see what's going to happen next. We have some replays. We are still waiting for that information, but we'll figure that out. Tomorrow we're going to start at the same time, so 10 o'clock in the morning, Central European time, the same channel you're going to find us, and we do have the remaining matches. So we're going to be entering to the quarterfinals. We're going to be having the finals. I think we're going to see also something from the lower bracket. So I think we're going to see, Power Team Esports versus the Helm. So we have 5 or 6 matches tomorrow as well. Sounds like a pretty decent package. And then we'll see what's going to happen at the lower bracket, and then of course what's going to happen at in there, all the stages of the tournament in general. Some of the replays are coming up, as we can see. So the director politely told to my ear that our ears, Alex got the whisper as well, I'm pretty sure, that it's going to be time to have a look on the replays. And yeah, there we go. We have a look on the replay.
Yeah, PB.
So was anything that
he did just manage to get that. Dan catching
Jan having a bit of a ballet. And what is this? Oh, Major Miller was gonna run.
Oh, out of time to grab those. So that's what happened with the Bale. The Bale multiplier.
It was too late.
Major Mellon left it too late.
Well, that is the unfortunate situation what happened, so that's why they didn't pick that up, because we were wondering, like, why didn't they pick something up? But now we have seen it. So
as I say, our six teams for tomorrow. We got Trelleborg versus JDT in Just a Tractor in the top bracket, in the winners bracket. And then the 4 teams competing for a place in the final in the losers bracket at the moment are New Holland, Helm, Power Team Esports, and My Insanity. So an interesting selection of teams that have made it through to the quarterfinals.
True. Yeah, so that's what we're going to have tomorrow. And just like I said, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the same channel. Make sure to follow the channel as well, of course, that you get the notifications from the broadcast and so on. But then tomorrow we're going to settle down who's going to be the winner. And of course, we do have a prize pool of 15,000 euros on the line as well. So it's not out of nothing. It's an online tournament. But should be fine. So, yeah, you have something to say, Alex, for sure.
I think it's going to be an interesting set of games. As I said, there is no easy route for Helm to the final this tournament. And of course, if they make it to the final, they will be 1 game down in a set of 5 going into that final. So it's going to be quite an interesting day tomorrow. We got big team. We've got New Holland in there still, who are a big team, who could go out to. We got a resurgent Trelleborg, which is fantastic to see. They were playing absolutely amazingly today, and My Insanity playing really, really well as well. This is a really good selection of teams going into the end of the tournament, and it is going to affect the leaderboard pretty much guaranteed, because many of these teams need the points to get up, and the teams that are above them, lots of them have already been eliminated. So should be a good day.
It should. And it will, of course. And of course, it's going to be me and Alex who's going to be joining tomorrow as well. So you'll find us from the channel. Terminator is somewhere like missing in action. So we'll see where he's going to pop up. I think they have some duties in the on the other side of the pond that they're trying to figure out. Maybe he's hanging out with the DJ Goham or something like that. I don't know. But anyways, he hasn't abandoned us. But of course, the time zones are sometimes a bit complicated. But he will be back at some point, so no worries. And but we'll be here. I will start tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, just as a reminder.
Yes. For now, we are going to wrap things up. It's been fun today. From me and Matty, goodbye for now, and we will see you 10 a.m. Central European Time tomorrow.